I think she's ghosting me.
No,
What? I heard her.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Yeah, I can see you. So, okay, look, I've spent like 45 minutes trying to. So I heard your stream, by the way. My webcam also shits out every time. Like I go to like start stream, I have to reset it every single time.
Right.
And so I was fiddling it with it right now because I was like, oh, it's gonna probably do something weird. And sure enough,
Nice.
it's not. It's not cooperating with me.
That's okay. If it
Right.
works, then we can. If otherwise, we can just put a picture of you on the screen.
Oh wait, test video works. Oh, I had to turn the
Oh,
camera
there
on.
it is. Yeah, it does help to turn
That's
the camera on
key.
sometimes.
That's the key. Okay, I got it. We're good.
Okay, let
Okay.
me now.
Nailed it.
Let me do this. And let me figure out. Pop out. I have to move a bunch of windows here. Chat
Yeah,
goes
you
here.
move those windows around.
Yeah, gotta show non-video participants. No. Did that do? Why is it still showing me? Stop showing. It has me as like a weird blank screen. Is it?
It does.
Oh,
You
there.
are a weird blank screen.
Turn off. There we go. There we go. It had my camera on for some reason. And then. Okay, let's see here. I've almost got it. Window capture. This needs to be this one? No.
This one.
It needs to be the this one? There it is.
Oh, there I am.
We've done it. We've done it.
Sweet. Sweetness.
I can never, it's always cool if like the cameras match up in like dimensions and stuff, but I give up when I try. Like, no.
Yeah. Well, the cool thing is it also looks like I'm looking at you.
Right. Yeah. So I don't have to move,
Yeah.
like, because there is the one person that I've talked to, when I talked to John Bain, his cameras were the other direction, so he was looking this way
Oh, yeah.
the whole time instead of looking at me. So it was,
That's funny.
yeah, it was good stuff. All right, I think that's good. That's close enough. Let me
Yeah,
There we go.
looks good. Looks good.
Perfect. Nailed it. Professional. All right, so your volume shows up fine. Everybody, I guess, can hear everything, right?
Good.
I hope. Tell me if not.
By the way, I tried to host your stream. I have no idea how to host with this new Twitch layout.
I don't, I set stuff to auto host. I never manually do
I
it.
put you in my auto host, so I hope that like it will auto host you soon. But I don't know how to like wait, can I do it in your own channel? Nope, can't do that. Wait, let's see.
I think, if you go to my channel, I think
here.
you can host from the bottom of it, maybe?
On the bottom of it.
Like there should be a host channel thing at the bottom, maybe? I don't know. Because I also use like BTTV and like all the weird extensions and stuff to make things help.
There's a report button, which I don't think you want me hitting that.
What did I do? I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, I don't know either. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
it's
But
okay.
you're on the auto host, so
It's
it'll
okay.
kick in eventually. Why'd they go and change it? I don't.
They make everything terrible. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, hi. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm probably, if you see me wiggling, it's because I don't fit in this jacket anymore. So, COVID has not been great on my waistband, so
Oh
I
no.
keep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the COVID-19 pounds.
Yeah, it's definitely that. Like I put it on, I'm like, what? Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad we finally got this worked out. I'm glad you've been able to come on and hang out for. Oh wait, where's our fireside deal? I was gonna say fireside chat. I don't have fire. Where's my fire?
Oh, I'm leaving right now. There's no fire. There's no Alexis.
Oh god, I hold on. No, I can do it. No, that's Wait,
I'm a squirrel.
that was that was Mousy Mars, because he doesn't do cameras. Let's see.
I knew that squirrel looked familiar.
Copy.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Mousy tonight. I own a great server company, Logic Servers. Wait, what's that for? Logic Servers?
LogicServers.com.
Logic Servers? Oh god, I don't know.
Paste.
LogicServers.com. Yes.
Okay.
You can use code Alexis for 20% off.
There we go. Where's me? I'm gone. There. Nailed it. Professional. Professional streamer. Warpoli hosting as well. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, it's time to get serious. No, it's not serious. So, the question I like to ask, one of the questions I like to ask, we're going to talk about your gaming history. But
okay.
the big question I like to ask, do you have a childhood memory or a young memory of like not necessarily the first time you played a video game, but like something that stands out to you when you're from your memory of being young and playing video games, like that moment where it like pulled you in, you know, like that special time when you're playing a game. Do you have one of those moments, and what game was it whenever that happened that you remember?
So I wasn't like a full-on gamer when I was a kid, like that you would expect to think. I'm not good with words. I wasn't a hardcore gamer, I guess is the better. But I had like a Game Boy. We had an N64 in the house, and then there went many years where I didn't play any games until probably my early 20s when I got back into like Left 4 Dead. No, I was like 19 and I was working full time. I was a full-time student, and in my spare time all I did was play Left 4 Dead 2. But
Nice.
To your original question, when I was a kid and my Game Boy, I had what was the game? I can still see it in my mind, you know, like I have that visual of it, but it was Donkey Kong, and we had to like throw barrels, and I remember sitting there playing it on my Game Boy. And I wish I could remember what the actual game was called, but I had one of the purple Game Boys that were kind of like see-through.
Okay.
And I loved that thing.
I remember
had
those.
A yellow Pokemon case for it. But then like it just kind of up and vanished. I to this day, I don't know where it went. I don't know what happened to it, and I was devastated. But that was definitely like a big childhood thing for a while. And then I had Mario 64 and GoldenEye and some Star Wars games on my N64, and we had some really heated Mario tennis competitions too in the household. Like my mom is a competitive woman and she will knock anyone out.
Right.
So yeah. Oh, that just flooded back like all of those memories.
See?
My mom getting mad if you like.
That's why I like to
spiked
ask
her
these.
in tennis.
Yeah, I ask these questions, and I want. I'm one of these days. I'm hoping somebody starts crying, but they're gonna like think of something.
I have a stone cold heart.
Me too. Ironic.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna break through. Nothing I say, you're not gonna get emotional. That's good.
Probably not.
Yeah. See, I remember selling those clear purple Game Boys. I worked at Toys R Us for a long time, and I remember.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fun sometimes. Like I got to see a lot of the, trends and all the things going on. Hostile Pixel's here to harass me. What's up, Hostile Pixel? The PS2 and the PS3 and yeah, it was a mess. It was a big mess.
Sounds like, yeah.
Because every like, you'd think of like the worst people. You know, when you go shopping, you think of like the worst people that are around you, and I have to say, the worst are mothers coming in on Christmas Eve when you don't have
yeah.
something. Like that
Yeah.
is the scariest experience that you will ever have when somebody, what do you mean you don't have this?
I believe that.
What day do you think it is? Like, do you know how to shop or like how to
Have you ever
prepare
heard
for
of
anything?
planning ahead?
Yeah. Have you
That would
heard
be
of
weird.
Christmas? Like, do you know it happens the same day every year?
It's Jesus's birthday.
Right.
Come on,
It's like it's
get
not
ready.
a surprise. Yeah. It was. Yeah. The system releases and stuff are a big mess. I had the original Game Boy, like the one that was like weird and yellowish amber color. Played Tetris
Okay.
a lot.
Oh, I played Tetris too. Yeah, Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris is a great game.
Tetris.
I still love Tetris. So the Game Boy was your first console, like your first gaming system. Did you have anything prior to that?
No, we did not. I didn't. We didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, so like even my Game Boy was like a big deal. And then I lost it, and I feel like such a shit to this day that like it completely vanished.
Maybe somebody took it.
That's honestly what I think, but I don't know who it would have been. I even asked my mom. I was like, "Yo, mom, you can be honest with me. I know we didn't have a lot of money. Did you sell it behind my back and not think I would notice?" And she was like, "No, sweetie, we didn't do that." And I was like, "Okay." just making sure. She's like, "I would never." I was like, "Okay."
Didn't pawn it
No, yeah.
to buy a swimming pool or something, kiddie pool.
Kiddie pool.
Yeah. So and you had an N64, which is amazing.
Yeah.
The only consoles I like, I'm not anti-console. I don't really play a lot on console because most of the stuff I
Yeah.
can get on PC now. So I never like, I started on computer games a long time ago, and so
Okay.
I never really went through a lot of the consoles, but I did always get the Nintendo consoles because of Mario, Zelda, like all the exclusives to Nintendo. So I loved the N64. GameCube was amazing. Yeah,
I think if you're gonna own a console, like I know PS5 does like great, or not PS5, but PlayStation in general has always done great exclusives. But there's something so wholesome about Nintendo and like all of their games, and they're just a great family console where you can
Right.
have your PC for everything else anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. Like it's definitely because that's kind of where it kind of got weird, was whenever like they were trying to market consoles as like home entertainment systems and things like that, where it's like, I don't need a DVD player, I can use this.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, well, you still want a DVD player. Like this is made to
Yeah.
play games. Like it's not really, you're not
Yeah.
getting a great DVD player. You're getting one that plays them as well. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was kind of a weird thing, like watching all of that change and moving into like, so yeah, we'll save that, and like moving into digital age stuff. I think that's a very interesting thing. So you said you were early 20s when you started getting into PC gaming. Like where was that transition from that into PC gaming?
Like what made me start doing that?
Yeah, like what pushed you toward PC games?
I was in a long distance relationship at the time, and he played games, and he was like, "Do you want to play this game with me?" And
And you're like,
I
fuck
actually had
no, I don't want to play video games.
well, I actually don't even like. I must have been really happy to like try it out, because here I am, like
Right.
almost a decade later, and I had a Mac laptop that I played on, and like not like the new like thin ones, like the old clunky big
Right.
ones. And I used the trackpad to like shoot and aim and all that jazz too. Cause I didn't know any better, right? Like it
Right.
was my first PC game, and
Yeah.
and then I played on the laptop for years, honestly, and then we moved in together, and he had a single desktop, and then I got into Guild Wars 2. And I thought Left 4 Dead 2 took over my life. Guild Wars 2 was like the end of my life for a while.
Right.
And it's still like holds such a special place in my heart. Like it's probably going to be my favorite game forever. Even if I go years without playing it, it's still like my heart.
Okay.
You know?
That would have been another question, but so now we know that one. Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
So what was it? What was the boyfriend game that you were playing?
It was I'm so sorry. Can I be just right back for just 1 second?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Okay, hold on.
I can tell this game means a lot. This was a very important time of her life, that it made such a lasting impression to play this game, and it was super exciting. Must be something dirty. I'm gonna assume it's not something dirty. I'm gonna assume it's a terrible game that nobody wants to play. Do you think she's looking something up? She's looking up another. She's gonna look up a game that's gonna sound believable, and she's gonna come back and be like, "Oh, it was this game."
Okay, I'm sorry.
We weren't talking about you.
I heard part of it.
And so the game is
Okay, what was the question again?
the boyfriend game, the game that you started playing long distance with. The boyfriend.
Left 4 Dead 2.
Oh, that was the one you were playing on the Mac.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on my Mac with the little trackpad and all
Gotcha.
that jazz. And my longtime gaming buddy, my followers know who he is, Dokes. They might know. He pops his head in every once in a while. I met him in a Left 4 Dead game, and the rest is history. Like we still, like I was 19,
right?
And so it's been a whole decade.
You know, I have friends. I'm like when I played Ultima Online back in the day, and that was this is like the moment when dial-up modems were moving over to cable modems, broadband stuff, and like it was a whole eons ago. But I played that game so much. Like that game ruined. Like you had a blossomed relationship from playing a game together. I ruined a relationship because of that. Because because eventually she got tired of me playing video games. And so yeah, it's live and learn. But I made friends from that game that I still talk to. Like I went to I'm in Oklahoma, so I actually drove from Oklahoma to Madison, Wisconsin to go to a wedding with for one of those friends that I met in Ultima Online. And and like we still talk. Like every year they have like it's a different story. They have a thing like every year that they're like, hey, it's February, you should come out again. And I'm like, maybe next year. Like every year they invite me and I never go because I'm a jerk. But it's like we still kind of keep in touch. And it's really interesting. Like, and I think that's one of those things that a lot of people, there's definitely an age difference where people, like as you get older, or as you look at people like that are older, that they're like, that's weird. How do you make friends on the internet or make friends in video games? And how do you trust them to like meet them in person? Like they're not going to murder you. And it's like, well, you have a bit of a digital trail, like if I'm meeting people that I've met on the internet, I'm like, they know, everybody knows, the world knows that I will be there with that person. So if they murder me, you've got an easy suspect.
I wonder who it is. Yeah.
It's like you've got a trail of breadcrumbs. It's going to lead you right there.
Right to them.
It's going to be fine. But it is really cool. Like that, that people can do that still. That it's especially, it makes me wonder like if that happens now because the internet just feels like so volatile and gross and dangerous now.
Yeah, Twitter is a cesspool. Reddit's a hive mind. I can't even with Reddit anymore.
I use Reddit for opinions, but not so much for like communication stuff. Like
Yeah.
I like to read people's opinions on things or topics or like kind of like reviews, but more like how do I do this? Somebody else obviously done this before. I want to see what
Yeah.
they
Oh, yeah,
say.
yeah, yeah.
And it's like I do find it great for that, but it it definitely it's funny because it always goes from like cool, 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 like not cool. Like real quickly, it just changes when you're
Yeah.
reading through all the comments. Yeah. All right. So you so from the Mac, what where was the move into getting your PC and like becoming full-time gamer professional?
So, honestly, about 7 years, I gamed on my Mac for a long time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, it worked just fine. I had a mid 2012 MacBook Pro, and I ran Guild Wars 2 on it. I ran obviously Left 4 Dead 2 on it, and I played some other games on it, but I'm blanking on what they are now. Um, and then in when did I start my channel? 2015. I was living with someone who had a gaming PC, and I would play on theirs, and they were like, "You need to get your own and just start a YouTube channel." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And
You're like,
that's
sure, bet.
yeah, well, because I'd actually kind of started one way back in my Guild Wars 2 days. It was my first time playing LA Noir.
Right.
No, was it my first time? Yeah, I think so. I tried. Oh no, Bioshock, the first Bioshock, and
Mm,
LA Noire. I think it was a little column A, little column B. But it didn't go anywhere. Like I forgot about it, and I ran out of time because I was working a lot then to even do it. But I was between jobs at this point, and they were why don't you're gaming enough right now? Why don't you try to transition to like do something with it?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." Plus, if you both wanted to game, you can't share a computer.
right. Right.
So that was another big part of it was get off my computer. I want to play a game.
So, what were your first videos that you made like for YouTube? What were your gaming videos? What did you start with?
On Alexis Arcade it was Arc.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
and
was
then
so I mean I remember that. We'll talk about that too because I do remember that.
yeah,
I didn't know that was like your first foray
yeah,
into the gaming sphere. It's interesting.
yeah.
So how did because you my introduction to you would have been around that time because I saw you on the Pooping Evolved server with
Yeah,
the
that was a couple years after I'd been doing it, but yeah, it's
okay.
still yeah.
So did you started Arc was it solo or did you have like a collective group that you started doing videos with or did you just kind of start your own thing and go from there?
I started gaming with my buddy Penguin. I've known he is another friend that I've been gaming with since I met Dokes.
Mhm.
But Penguin and I started. Well, I mostly did it I did it by myself, but Penguin was there in a couple videos, and then John Versus. He's an old friend of mine. He bless his heart. He was also starting a YouTube channel about the same time I was. So he messaged me on YouTube and was like, "Do you want to do videos together?" And then 5 6 years later, now we're still friends and we just shit all over each other to this day.
Yeah.
Um, and then Timmy Carbine is another great dude from the land down under who joined our group. So it started with me and then Penguin and then John and then Timmy. And it was the four of us. Well, there was another shithead who we won't talk about. But it was such a fun group and we had a great time. And then I was like, there's been so many groups,
Mhm.
but not. I had one bad experience that was between this group called Gaming Evolved
Mhm.
and Gaming Evolved and between Pooping Evolved. Oh no, Gaming Evolved was the one that. Hold on, not Gaming. Iron Mine server I was on that has my buddies like Monkey Puzzle and a Raleigh and Unite the Clans. And this other group called Gaming Evolved asked them to like combine, not like one absorbs the other, like combine. And they weren't willing to do that once we agreed to like move with them, kind of. And shit hit the fan. And I wasn't like, I'm not going to stand by and let my friends get like bullied digitally or not. Like that's not cool with me. And they were like talking really nasty to like all of them. And I called every single one of them out. and a day later, because at that point, XB and I had been doing his Anunnaki server together. And the day that those, like 2 days before he asked me to join Pooping Evolved, or he told me that I could join Pooping Evolved, I went off on all of them because I couldn't handle like their unprofessionalism. I couldn't handle them acting like they were better than people. And I said, all right, I'm out. Peace. And then my very next video was like me on Pooping Evolved server. And my friends in that server were like, wow, they were so mad at you for doing that. And how'd you manage to get on Pooping Evolved? And I was like, because I'm not a shithead.
Yeah.
And Pooping Evolved, like, because, you know, it's got Slipgator, and he's such a big creator. And there's so many big creators in Pooping Evolved, but there's no ego.
Right.
Like, nobody has an ego. And that was the thing about Gaming Evolved. At the time, none of them could even touch Slipgator's numbers.
Yeah.
But everyone had an ego. And it was, well, we're going to do it my way because I want to do this for my videos. Shut up. Stop it. No.
Yeah.
You didn't agree to that. That wasn't what we agreed upon. Stop. They're not going to say something, so I will.
That's good. I mean, it's good to, it's definitely good to stand up for you and for other people because it is really easy, I think, to kind of just let things roll, you know, and be like, oh, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah. And people aren't like, they're afraid to talk up to the big creator.
Right.
You know, the popular creator in the group. I'm not afraid of you. You're just a person.
Right.
You know, like there's nothing special about you. And that really got on my nerves because I'm just not like I was gonna say I could see a celebrity and not care, but then I realized if it was like Leonardo DiCaprio, I might die a little on the inside. But yeah, it's just, and just because you're the top creator doesn't mean you can treat people below you any different either.
Right.
And it was that dynamic, and I just, it's not okay. It's not cool. You don't grow. You don't make friends by doing that. But what's funny is the one big creator I don't think really works with anyone anymore, and I'm like, I wonder why.
I think that happens a lot. Yeah. That it's you hear things like that, you know, like a person will be popular for a while and then it's like, whatever happened to that guy? And they're like, well, he was an asshole. Like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So how did you you mentioned that you were talking to XB and got invited into the Pooping Evolved stuff. How did you guys end up communicating? Like, how did that all happen?
XB like slid into my DMs one day, and I remember I like was gonna like poop myself because I couldn't believe he was like, I still have the DMs on my phone. He was like, if you ever have interest in a heavily modded Arc Anunnaki Genesis server, let me know. And here I was just talking about how like I play it cool around celebrities, but like this was a big creator
and
in
my
like, DMs.
Holy shit, what happened? Yeah.
And so I was just like, oh yeah, I know it's difficult. I'd be dead. Like I tried to play it really cool.
You'd be like, yeah,
and
whatever.
Like,
maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was just like, throw me your Discord info and I'll throw the server info at you. And I was like, okay. And then, so we did it for, I think we did the Anunnaki server for a while. And then after some episodes, he was like, I'll talk to the guys and see if you can join Pooping Evolved. And I was like, oh, you don't have to do that. It's, you know, I really did enjoy XB's company. Like that's not, but like, I was still just like, oh my God.
Right.
And then, and that's how it all happened.
That's where the magic began. Yeah. See, I remember, and I don't know if it was one of the first videos. I remember, there's a video, I think it was you and Slip and XB, and they were helping you tame a squid, a kraken.
Yes, the krakens. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember
Yep.
that video.
Yep. And a little behind the scenes, my computer my well it's in the videos, but like my computer, my game kept crashing, and I was mortified because it was also the first time I met Slip. Like at this point, XB and I are old buddies and we can shoot the shit and
Yeah.
whatever. But like I'd not met Slip yet, and I was like, oh, my computer, and I was like shaking on the inside. I was so like mad and nervous, but it was fine.
Yeah. He's usually forgiving for the most part.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this girl, she's super cool around people. Total lie. I'm mostly cool.
Mostly cool.
Not really. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he Slip's okay. He's fine.
Yeah, he's really funny.
It's fine. It's whatever.
Yeah.
No, I yeah, because I know we kind of talked about that. Like I've known him for years.
Yeah.
Outside of gaming. Whoops. Sorry, my other keyboard. Outside of gaming. So yeah, like that was how I would keep up with. It's like having a one-sided conversation with your friend, like by watching their videos, because it's kind of like
Yeah.
you're hanging out, but you're not really. So like
Yeah.
that was I would I would anymore now, like he does Twitch and like he does live stuff, so there's a little bit more interaction, so I miss a lot of videos, sadly, but like that was the thing back then. It was like that's how I kind of hung out with people that I know by not really hanging out with them, by watching their
Yeah.
videos. And it's
Yeah.
like having a one-sided conversation.
Yeah.
Pixel, I'm not name dropping. This is already established knowledge.
Also, I think Pixel called me old. He said too old for Leo. He likes him young. I'm slightly offended by that, but we'll let it slide.
He's British. It's fine. He doesn't know any better.
No, it's true though. Leo likes like 19-year-olds, so
That's true.
Yeah.
Leo's a little puffy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's sometimes weird. Like, I went on a rant one time about Haley Joel Osment because like he still has like a child face, but it's like a
Yes.
big chubby puffy child face on
Yeah.
this weird like penguin body, and sometimes Leo looks like that.
Yeah.
That it's like, why don't you like look like he does? His face doesn't
Because
always
he's
match.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
I mean, it's like I guess you can if you're Leo, you can do whatever you want. Like
You
it's
can
fine.
do whatever you want to do. You're Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, like I can't. I mean, I have no room to ever even comment about any of that. But still, it's just like it's just a subjective
Yeah, no, I
observation.
So I actually like I just young Leo is obviously where it's at, but like no, I do. I love. Never mind. I was
Yeah.
like, I don't know. I'll always have a place in my heart for Leo.
Yeah, and this is this would be a controversial statement. I think just because of the connotations of the whole thing, I think Leo was amazing in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Like,
Okay,
he
see,
did
I haven't
so-
seen that.
Really? How can
Yes.
you love Leonardo DiCaprio and not have
Be-
watched?
okay, I am notorious for not seeing movies, right?
Okay.
I've seen a lot of Leo, but that one is not. I've just not seen it.
Okay.
Like Friend said, I don't watch movies. I was young. When did that even come out?
I don't even know. Like
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
it was also when Johnny Depp was not as puffy. Like this is
I was 2 years old when it came out.
okay.
So, it was just and then as I've gotten older, I've just not gone back and watched some of those classics. From,
Right.
like right now, I'm working on like 80s classics, so I'll
Okay.
get to 90s classics in like the next batch.
Okay.
You know.
80s. Well, so what 80s? We're gonna segue. What 80s classics are you working on now?
I got bored in both of the ones that I was trying to watch. Footloose bored me to tears.
Yeah.
That one cracked my cold heart. I was so bored. And Risky Business I could not get into either.
I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know that I've seen Risky Business.
Don't. It's
I don't.
not
I feel like I
really-
don't need to. Yeah.
It felt like it just was going on for 9 years, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done now.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only ones like it's going to be as soon, it's one of those things like once you name a movie, then you're like, oh, wait, what about this movie? Like, I feel like the 80s classics are most of them you could fit on one hand. That it's like
Yeah.
The Goonies,
Breakfast
Ghostbusters,
Club.
Breakfast Club.
Ghostbusters.
Um, oh God. Yeah. See, now that's all.
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future, Dirty Dancing,
Dirty Dancing.
when the old man dances with the
Oh yeah,
underage
I
girl
like yeah.
and like has sex
Yeah.
with her and everybody's fine
But
with
it's
it.
Harrison Ford.
You mean Patrick Swayze?
Yeah, that's who I. Sorry, I was looking at. Yep, that's who I meant.
Are you
Patrick
staring?
Swayze.
Are you staring at a picture of Harrison Ford right now?
Yes, actually. I was looking at like 80s stuff. Oh, there's Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah.
Stand by. Oh, Pretty in Pink. I loved Pretty in Pink.
Pretty in Pink is
no,
good.
No, Pretty in Pink. No, I'm thinking.
Or
Yeah, I like Pretty in Pink.
or 16 Candles, where you can
E.T.
E.T. Yeah, E.T.'s classic. Oh, what Roadhouse?
Mary Met
Yeah,
Sally was 89.
Meaty
I didn't know
Pixel.
that.
Roadhouse, Smokey and the Bandit, Cannonball Run. These are all car movies. Meaty Pixel, he's into cars.
Gremlins.
Indiana Jones. What's up, Ty War?
Karate Kid.
Karate Kid, yeah, that's true. Original Karate Kid, back when Ralph Macchio was 47 in the movie.
Yeah.
He's he was in speaking of, and this may not be an 80s movie, somebody may have to correct me on this, The Outsiders. I don't know if that was like a late 70s movie or an 80s movie, but Ralph Macchio was also in that.
I think it's 80s. I think it just, yeah, but it was 83. I actually, do I own the book? I bought it recently to read so I can watch the movie because it seems like something that I would like, but I want to read the book first.
Yeah, that movie was shot in my town.
Oh, yeah?
Like, there are very few, most of them have been torn down by now, but there are places that are still standing that, like, were in the movie.
That's cool.
And actually, weird story. So there is a house that was in the movie. This will be before your time. There was a band called, they were rappers, a band. I don't know if are rappers a band. It was House of Pain. They had that song Jump Around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think that was House of Pain. Was that House of Pain? Somebody correct me. I think that was House of Pain. One of the guys bought this house that is still standing that was in The Outsiders, and it's now like a museum.
Oh, that's
so you can
cool.
go visit. But yeah, it was weird. It was like, I think it's like Danny from House of Pain. I don't know. Somebody might have to look that up and correct my like that's a thing.
House of Pain is right.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Who
sure
got
it's
it?
I'm pretty sure it's Danny, I think is the guy's
Is there
name.
like a plaque and stuff?
Yeah, it's like a historical like I don't know. He's I think they do tours of it and like he went back and restored it and like fixed a bunch of stuff up because it's fun. It's
Yeah,
weird
that's
because there's
awesome.
like a lot of places that have been torn down. There was one of them that was it's like a mile away from me that was bought up by like a car wash or something, like they demolished it. But yeah, there's a lot of weird historical places. That and also great 80s movie, maybe it was a 90s movie, UHF with Weird Al.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
If you haven't seen that's you should add that to your list. That was also shot in Tulsa.
UHF? Does that stand for
UHF.
something?
Back in the day, Alexis, there were on the back of your television there would be a UHF connector and a VHF connector.
Yeah.
It was like it's something to do I think with the cable band, like the certain channels would be VHF channels and certain channels were UHF channels. It's something to do with the frequencies or something.
Totally.
I think it's like ultra high frequency. Is that what it is? Maybe, I don't know. Somebody tell me in chat. That's smart. But it was Weird Al ended up inheriting this UHF cable channel and like ran TV shows and made stuff. Like it's a really weird.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's like I can't even explain anything about them. Like it's very bizarre and hilarious.
I take it you're a Weird Al fan?
I am when I was younger, I can't like I couldn't tell you anything that he's done recently, but like I listened to a lot of Weird Al stuff when I was younger for sure. Before I became dark and mysterious and listened to metal.
Do you want me to name drop a story with Weird Al?
Yes.
Okay. So I used to live in LA, and I worked at an LA. I know. I actually I could tie Leo into this. My followers know this story, but they're both great stories. The first one was with Weird Al. I worked at an Apple store in the mall, and
Like an Apple
he was a
electronics store,
like a
or like an
retail,
Apple,
yeah.
like you sold apples.
No, like an Apple retail, like the electronics. I'm sorry, just like the fruit. Yeah, electronics.
Sorry, my joke didn't land. I'm sorry. All right, carry
No,
on.
it's okay. I was just so focused. I was like, what do you mean apples? Fuji and Gala apples, yeah, or Pink Lady apples,
Or like grandma apples, whatever.
yeah. Oh yeah,
Grandma
Granny Smith.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
It's okay. So he was Weird Al was actually regular at my store, and always super nice guy. He'd never had security with him, and you can't not know it's Weird Al, right?
Right.
Like it's him. It's obvious. And he was checking. He had been having computer issues, so he was coming in to check for whatever. I don't know what they were, but one day I was on point, which is when you have an appointment, you come in and you check in with that person. And so we keep track of those who were coming, those who didn't show up, etc. And if they're 10 minutes late, you have to cancel their appointment. Well, it was 15 minutes late, and guess who's late for their appointment? Mr. Weird Al is. So I cancel his appointment. 20 minutes later, he shows up and he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I got stuck in traffic, yada, yada. And I was like, that's fine. No worries. You were late for your appointment, so I had to cancel it per our policy. Fortunately, we do have an appointment now. I'll go ahead and I'll fit you in, blah, 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 blah. And there's purposely appointments in for stuff like that. Like the public can't see it, but it's like on our end that we can see it. And so I got him in. It was all fine. My boss comes over to me and chews me out because I canceled Weird Al's appointment. And I was like, what? It's policy. He's like, yeah, but it's Weird Al. And I was like, but it's policy.
Yeah.
He didn't care. He understood. He knew that he was late.
Right.
And that I had to do what I was supposed to do. And just going back to like the bending over backwards to like kiss a celebrity's ass.
Right.
Just not clearly.
Right.
I wasn't going to do that. So, and they were like, well, what if he'd gotten mad? What are we going to do then? I was like, then you take care of it, because that's your job.
Right.
I was doing my job by canceling the appointment. But yeah, he was super nice and really chill about it.
And Leo ties into this?
Oh yeah, Leo. So we walked into the I walked in the back of the house one day, which is where all the stuff is, like the stuff you're gonna buy. Like, we don't keep it on the floor. We keep it in the back of the house.
Like the back stock stuff.
Inventory. Yeah.
Right.
And it was also where operator was, which was my favorite position to be, was to answer the phone. So I wasn't on the floor helping people. But anyway, I was to go on operator, and I loved the back of house people. They were always way more fun than like the people on the floor. So I walk back and they're like, yo, Alexis, that computer right there, that box. And I was like, yeah. They're like, that's Leonardo DiCaprio's computer. And I was like, get the hell out of here. I was like, shut up. They're like, no. Our boss went to his house yesterday, went to his house to help him like fix it. And I was like, why didn't Adam tell me? Like, could I not have gone with him? Could I not have like been like, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing, and like helped him with it? And so
Slipgator's rating.
Oh my God, hello
Slip, thanks so much for the raid, homie.
Yeah, what's up, people?
Welcome, raiders. How's everybody doing? Saboa, Aaron, Raven, Antior, Twisty Nifty.
Twisty Nifty?
Yeah, that sounds, like I wanted to say Twisty something else.
Oh yeah.
Bracket chair move. What's going on, everybody? Feel like we walked in on something. Slipgator. You did. We were having a fireside chat. I was just name dropping
Leonardo DiCaprio. It's fine.
Yeah, we were just talking about Leo DiCaprio.
It's totally fine.
And how he's puffy. Slip, do you think he's puffy? Does Leo look puffy to you? You don't know him? Yeah, you shut up. He looks puffy.
Who's that? Who's that guy, Leonardo?
He looks like he died in water.
Oh.
See? He looks puffy. Looks puffy. Thank you so much for the raid, homie. You gonna hang out? Welcome everybody. We're having a chat with AlexisArcade tonight. Talking about things, not stuff, just things.
Just things.
Yep. Yeah, we're just talking about. Did you touch the computer?
Oh. Okay. Backstory for the raid. I used to work at an Apple store. I walk into the inventory back at house, and my friends were like, "Yo, that's Leonardo DiCaprio's computer," and I'm like, "Shut the front door." They're like, "No, seriously." Sure enough, his name is on the tag, and I went and I just gave it a big hug. I just like rested my head on it and just wrapped my arms around it, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's like I'm hugging Leo." And so we had it in there, and we told everybody who came back there, they're like, "Hey, that's Leo's computer." And everybody else just came and did the same thing. Everyone just came back and just hugged the computer. And then like 2 days later, he was busted in a gambling ring with Tobey Maguire.
Oh, yeah.
And we're pretty
Shady
sure that
characters.
computer was probably
Evidence
in on it. And he knew ahead of time that something funky was going on. Porn collection or not, it was still Leonardo's computer.
Leo is hanging out with Tobey Maguire.
They're lifelong friends.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know anything about either of them in their real life, but that seems like a weird coupling.
Yeah, it does. But I don't like. I'm not super into like celebrities and all that jazz, but I do know that they were lifelong friends. They were like in a movie or a show or something when they were young, and now, yeah,
they're BFFs.
Gamble together.
And they gamble together and go to jail together or something and get off of crimes or get really what do they call that? They get pardoned. Whatever.
Pardon? Yeah, whatever. They get away with.
Yeah, they get away with
everything.
it. They get away,
Yeah.
They get away with all of it.
Yeah.
Their couple name is
Loby.
What?
Loby?
Macapraguire? Loby Macapraguire?
There you go. I couldn't figure it out.
That's pretty good, Loby Macapraguire.
You know, speaking of Loby, I get called no lobes by my family because I have no earlobes. My ears just attached to my head. So randomly, my family be like, "What's up, no lobes?" And I'm like, "That's
No
rude.
lobes?
I didn't
That is mean.
choose the no lobe life."
Why would they? That's awful.
See, that's my answer, Slip, is that I'm more evolved. I don't know how well it's gonna like. I also have really small ears, but like, they just go like right into my head.
But do you have a lobe there that's connected, or do you have like is it
Yeah.
all like it's not like all cartilage, but you have a lobe?
Yeah, and I can. My ears are pierced.
You just have the
It's
connected
just-
lobes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Attached lobes.
Okay.
But they call me no lobes, and I'm like, I have my lobes, but they're just attached.
Because I kind of was really curious to see because I wasn't quite sure if you meant like you literally had no earlobes
No, that's the thing.
or
I
if
have
they
lobes.
were attached. 'Cause, like
Yeah, no,
first thought went to like, oh, they're like attached to your lobes, but then like my brain was like, does she not have?
No, they're attached lobes.
Well, that's enough. That's not enough for them to make fun of you, by any means.
Oh, don't. Oh, what?
I have a
You
raccoon
okay?
outside. There's a raccoon outside.
Bring
Whenever
it
you
in.
see me do this goes for everybody listening too. If I'm doing this, I'm looking at cameras outside, and I was looking at a raccoon.
I have a problem where I want to pet every creature, and like make it my friend.
What is if you could pet one? No, not one. Like what? I don't like to limit to one thing. Like a handful of things. What are the things
handful
the
of
things that
things.
you most? What animals would you most want to pet in the world? Any type, any variety. Humans, yes.
I would want to pet a porcupine.
Okay. I feel like that's doable.
Yeah.
That's achievable.
Are you asking undoable?
Either. Like, wildest
Okay.
fantasy, like, I mean, if you say unicorn, I mean, who's
Well,
to
if you
say
see
they don't exist?
my followers are saying a raptor. I would pet a raptor if that was plausible.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's like
Yeah.
that's
So
still a real thing.
I would most definitely die or get hurt in these situations. Because Flip's saying no, I don't want to pet a porcupine. I absolutely do. I might walk away with thorns,
Yeah,
but I still definitely want to do it.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, like people have hedgehogs. Like porcupines are just really big hedgehogs.
yeah, with just really big pointy
yeah.
things that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'd love to pet a porcupine, a raptor, fluffy T-Rex. Give me really any dinosaur, and I'd snuggle it if possible. I'm really an equal opportunity petter.
Okay.
Just something cute, and the problem is for me is I think everything's cute. Like that's why I say I'm gonna get like bit or killed because I want to snuggle it all. At the end of the day.
Tywar said you have to wipe front to back the porcupine.
Yeah, there you go. Just sway.
Yeah, or they have a soft belly. They have to have a soft belly. Like, they absolutely do.
Yeah.
I would like to pet. And nobody asked, but I would like to pet
No.
a Tasmanian devil.
Oh yeah. Hold on, I gotta look up. Those things are really cute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'd
they're
want to pet one too.
horribly vicious and dangerous and ridiculous. Even though they're tiny,
That's all right.
they're like little bitty. Yeah, Saboa. Yeah, they'll eat your hand. Absolutely. Tywar, no, you don't. Yeah, see, that's why. That's what I mean. If you had an opportunity to pet a Tasmanian devil,
You should take it.
yeah, it just
Yeah.
it gets really bad that like because I have possums that come to the door. I'm sorry, opossums have opossums that come to the door,
Opossums.
and raccoons and such. And I always see that I'm like, and I want to go try to pet them, but more so if I've been drinking. That's where
Yeah.
because then you're like, I don't care, I'm brave, like I'm
Yep.
fine, I'll be okay, and then
Yep.
that makes me really want to go pet them. But thankfully I
totally
don't.
get that.
Yeah, 'cause
That's why it's a good thing that like Jurassic Park isn't real. Because if I had a few, I would try to make my way into like the raptor cage.
right. Just slip your
Put my hand in there. Yeah.
get a little tickle. That's how tigers kill people, by the way. That's like
Yeah.
that.
Well, I'm smart enough to not, but I worry that I would be tempted.
Yeah, there was
give you $20 to go pet that raptor. Okay.
that was there was a Tiger King. Everybody knows about Tiger King is from
yeah.
Oklahoma. That was, I think it was like an hour away. I didn't know about Tiger King until the Tiger King documentary though. Like I never got to see the zoo. I never got to interact with that. But sure, I didn't. I had no idea. But yeah, that guy was from here.
Yeah. So it's funny. Slips said he wanted to swim with whales, and I think somebody else said something about whales. A whale shark. So
And a man of war.
the problem with things like Tiger King and those parks is that they're like treated really shitty. I had an opportunity to go dive with some whale sharks, but they were poorly, like they didn't treat them well, and I didn't want to give them money. But it was like on one hand, it's like I want to go swim with whale sharks, but I can't support them doing this to them. That's the thing about like the Tiger King is they're cool animals, and you want to go pet a tiger, but
it's we'll segue to that because it's fun conversation. Did you watch the Tiger King whole thing? Did you watch all of it?
I think I got almost all the way done. And it was one of those shows that I kind of had it on the background. So if you speak on it, I'll definitely probably remember it. But I definitely can't say I recall every
right.
Like
You're aware of it, and you have a general idea of what went on, and like that's the thing that gets me is from that show that another opposing park that is exactly the same had problems with that, and the world apparently also had. They're like, well, that's fucked up. They can't have all these let's give all these tigers to this other person that's doing the exact same thing. That it's like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That everybody, it's like one of them is not better than the other, and neither of
No,
them
and you're
are as good as a zoo.
yeah. And it's also like, what backwoods shit is this? Like,
Yeah.
who thought that there was this underworld tiger training? And then if you think about it, you're like, oh, it makes sense that that probably exists.
Yeah.
But you don't actively think about it. So there's another reason that show was such a whirlwind, because you're like, who the thunk? Like,
Yeah, because it was like $5,000 or
yeah.
something for like a baby tiger. I'm like,
my
dude,
God.
I could come up with $5,000 and buy a tiger.
I'm just thinking about that. Yeah.
Because it's like I want to
Yeah.
get. This is my guilty pleasure is I want to get a hairless cat, and they're close to like you could easily spend $2,000 on a hairless cat.
Wow.
And Slip wants me to name it Meat Sock.
Oh, that's a good name.
But yeah, like that's been my goal forever is to buy a hairless cat. But yeah, I'm like, on average they're $1,200, $1,500 for a hairless cat, and I'm like, dude, for $5,000 though, I could just get a tiger.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just yeah, save up a little longer and get that tiger.
yeah, and then sell it when it gets too big, and
Be one of those.
yeah, I'll just I'm gonna outgrow it, and I'm just gonna sell it, like people do with monkeys.
Yeah. I forgot people own monkeys. Oh, we went on a website a couple nights ago on my stream that's like all exotic animals.
To buy,
Like a kangaroo, yeah, and all sorts of stuff, like a fennec fox, and there were hedgehogs on there.
yeah,
Monkeys, capuchin monkeys.
yeah, that's what I wanted to get. It's one of like they're the organ grinder monkeys. Like again, before your time, they would they would have like at circuses and like carnivals and stuff. They would play organs. Like they had little grinder organs. It's like a little round, like it's like a crank.
Okay.
Organ.
Instruments.
Yeah.
All right. That's.
So
I
they would,
immediately
like,
thought. Okay.
Organ, like an organ, like it's grinding organs and bones.
Okay.
Organ grinder monkey.
All right.
They were
Makes
little.
A lot more sense.
Yeah, like they would be like the buddy for like the guy selling like popcorn and stuff, and they would play like a little grindy organ thing.
Okay.
And but they also use them like for. There was a movie about it. Or not about it. There was a horror movie called Monkey Shines that they trained them to take care of quadriplegics and I guess paraplegics, and like that's a real thing. I think. I don't know if they still do that anymore because it was like more of a reckless time back in the, like it's 2021. No one's gonna have anything fun. So
Yeah. Right.
but like that was in the movie with like they had this thing trained to the obviously it was character, but like he could move his head, so he would like point at things with a laser, and like the little monkey would go get books for him and stuff, and like turn pages and get his drinks and like move like VHS tapes, change the channel for him and stuff. Like the little monkey
Man.
took care of him,
Yeah.
and then it
little monkey
went
took
crazy.
care of him.
Yeah, and then it turned into a horror movie. It's a really good movie though, actually.
Well, which could go back to organ grinding, because when you said organ grinding, I assumed that these monkeys had like really sharp teeth, and they would just
Right.
like go at like their
chewing stuff
prey
up
or
and-
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the horror movie of that was they became actual organ grinders, right?
That sounds like we should make that movie.
Okay,
I
I'm
think
down.
that's going to be Grandma's Boy highlights the troubles of owning a tiger or monkey as a pet. Yeah, I mean that's true.
I've seen Grandma's Boy once, and I think I fell asleep. So excuse me.
It's hilarious. There was oh my god, what was it? I think there was a major name brand chain store, and I saw this, and somebody's going to have to remember because I know I talked about it. There was somebody was being charged with using monkey labor in their manufacturing process, and
What?
I forgot what it was. It was something to do with like fruit, maybe, that they were like they had monkeys that were doing something in like an assembly line, and they were getting charged
God,
with like animal rights. I want to say it was like
love
Target
that.
or something. It was something very well known.
If you give them a reasonable wage,
Yeah, I mean,
if you pay them the same you're paying everyone else, I don't see the issue.
right? Like, I mean, they're not. I mean, is monkey labor as bad as child labor? I mean,
No, I don't know. I really don't know. So, like, what if a child wants to work? I think, what do you think the monkey wants to work? If a child wants to work, sure.
That's
If a
true.
monkey wants 5 bananas a day, then yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, the monkey, I don't think really has the same type of consciousness, and I don't think it really knows or cares that if it's
Yeah,
gonna,
exactly.
like, if it's like, I get food for hanging out and, like, opening coconuts or something all day, then cool.
Yeah, and you're gonna know if a monkey doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, because it's
So,
not.
like, you don't.
It's gonna bite
Yeah,
you or scratch
yeah,
your face off.
yeah, it'll run away. It's so. Yeah, as long as the monkey, like, because they love toys and they love, like,
Yeah.
they need the stimulation, so it's like a win-win.
Yeah,
And
I
if
mean,
they
it's
don't want to,
it's like people always say, how much their pets love them, and like,
Yeah.
open the door. Just open your front door. See how much your pet loves you.
oh, my family's dog loves us. We've had a cat that didn't though. She would bolt.
Right.
But yeah, no, but I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
You
it's-
feed them. That you
Right.
you Pavlov them.
And they
Essentially.
get a comfortable life, but yeah, that's the one thing. Like, it always I always wonder, in the back of my mind, you have those friends where it's like every time they open the door, their animal wants to run away, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
what is your animal's
I
life?
never thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
don't necessarily want to be there. Like, I think that's the thing. Some of them do. My cats, absolutely, they'll look at the door and be like, no.
That's so funny. You're right. I have had met people and the dogs are like itching to get out. You're like, yo, control your dog.
Yeah, it's like, no, they don't want to be there. They just
That's
they
such
want to
a
go
fun-
live.
I'm gonna say that next time if that happens to me. Like, yo, your dog don't want to be
Yeah,
here.
be like, Jesus, your dog hates you.
Yeah.
Why does your dog want to leave?
What did you do to it? That's really funny.
Scones, treat my cat like a king, and all he wants is escape. Yeah, like, well, I mean, I feel like cats sometimes it's a little bit different, but like, because cats
Yeah.
don't care about anything.
They just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah,
really.
their cats are basically nature's nihilists, I think.
Yeah.
So
Although
it's
we
like
had one really sweet kitty. We had one though. Our other two cats were definitely like wanting to mess everything up. But
Right.
this girl Sushi, she's still alive.
sushi.
She's a sweet. Yeah.
Okay, I name my cats after food. It's fine.
What are your cat's name?
I have a cat named Watermelon, and I have a cat,
Aw.
and I have a cat named Banana Split Face, because she has a split, like, she's a chimera that she's got like
Okay.
a black face and then like tortoise face.
Oh,
So
that's
she-
awesome.
So she's Banana Split Face. We'll see.
Yeah.
They'll get really antsy because I have my door shut, so they'll start freaking out and they'll want to come in
Oh,
eventually.
yeah,
So maybe you'll get to see them. And then so my niece had recently moved in with me, and she brought 3 cats. So
Oh.
now I have a Siamese named Mochi, and
Oh, that's a good name.
an orange cat named Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
And I forget which Jeffrey it was named after. Maybe Dahmer? I don't remember.
Okay.
And then so she has this black cat that has like 24 toes. Like,
Okay.
easily. Like, it's weird because like they have polydactyl cats. Like, they'll have 6 toes. They'll have like an extra dew claw or something like
Yeah,
up on the
Sushi
thing.
had a thumb.
Yeah, this cat has like 7 toes on one hand and like 6 on the other, and like 7 on a back foot and like 6 on the other back foot. Something really weird. Like, when you look at her hands, it's just like, it's like this, and it's
like, yeah.
creepy. They're like big. It's like she has chameleon feet. Like, she has 2 thumbs when she walks. Like, her feet are all spread out. It's really it's so funny.
Aw.
And her name is Cardi B, because she
Cardi
like
B.
sticks her tongue out or something. I don't know. They said something about Cardi B hangs her tongue out when she sings or something. I
Oh,
don't know.
yeah.
So named after Cardi
take-
B. But yeah, so I have a lot of cat
You should
life
get
right
that
now.
cat, see if it'll play some video games.
I know, like, yeah, because it's got extra hands, or not
Yeah.
hands, but fingers,
Phalanges.
phalanges. Dr. Seps just gifted you a sub. Look at
Oh,
that.
I got a gift sub. Thank you.
Seps.
I thought I was already subbed, so I'm a dick. Sorry about that.
Thank you for the gift, Seps. How you doing? Seps is our local go-to for learning about weird things about medical
Thank
stuff.
you, Steps. About mammal stuff?
Medical stuff.
Oh, medical stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
But low key, like I try, it's like once a month I think of like a weird medical thing. I'd be like, hey, can you tell me about this thing? I always imagine him rolling his eyes, being like, yeah, that's
Yeah,
my picture.
What do you want?
But yeah, cat life. So you have a dog? What's your pet situation in your life right now?
Where I live, I don't currently have a dog, but my family has a dog. I lived at home when we got her, and they have a cat. The other cat, they had to put her down last year. But I mean, it's always sad, but she was old as shit. So like,
yeah,
But yeah, I've actually been trying. I've been in the market to adopt. I am actively like checking the like shelters and stuff for
right.
dogs, and I've missed a couple. Which there was a puppy a couple weeks ago that you have to like get on the wait list because with COVID and everything, they're not allowing you to just walk into the pounds anymore.
Right. Yeah, I was like, how is it difficult to? But yeah, I forgot about that. Like you can't go anywhere and interact with anything.
Yeah, and it's such a pain. And so you have to like get on the wait list, put your name on, and then they'll call everyone. And the wait list starts at 10. And I was at the gym and I put my phone down at like 9:57 to do a set. And I picked my phone up like 10 minutes later and I was already fourth in line. And then they didn't call me till like 12:30 and the puppy had already been accounted for. And I was like, damn you.
That sucks.
Wait. Oh, I was so devastated. And then I've reached out about a couple more dogs and they've all been adopted, which is great. I'm so happy they're getting a home, but I'm sad it's not mine.
Is this a particular breed that you're trying to get? Or
nope.
Just any?
Yeah.
Really? It's that difficult to get any dog?
Okay, well, so up here, I'm in New England, and we don't really have like a homeless dog problem. So they ship in the dogs from other states. And
what the hell?
That also means that they're super expensive to adopt.
Do you want, like, I can get you a dog, like, right now for free.
Like, right now?
Like, I can just get you one.
We'll have to talk later about that.
I could get you, tiny, my parents have 17 dogs.
Whoa.
In the house.
Yo.
Yeah. Like, I could get you a dog. Like, I could, right now, I could bring you they have so many that, yeah.
Why?
Because in Oklahoma, because they live in the country. Like, I'm not in the country, but they're in the middle of nowhere country. And, like, it's entirely, like, farmland. And so everybody, this is the dog problem, is that everybody dumps dogs.
Oh.
So they'll just dump them out in the middle of nowhere, and then they end up, like, because my mother will not leave an animal alone, so she sees a dog.
I would totally be that way.
It's
yep,
like,
I totally get that.
Lost dog, I should take it home. And then you end up with, Are my parents Maisie on? Yeah, like that. It's like that bad, but it's all like tiny dogs though. They have a bunch of tiny. They have like 4 weenie dogs, and they have a blind weenie dog, and they no, I'm sorry. No, they have a deaf. She's deaf. They have a deaf weenie dog, but they have a blind. What is the thing that Slip has?
Corgi.
Corgi. They have a blind corgi, and a deaf weenie dog. You'd think they'd be best friends, like they would work out, things for each other.
Yeah.
But it hasn't worked out. I was hoping for like a sitcom or something. But
yeah, you could make like an Instagram for them or something.
Yeah, where they would like the dog that could see would like lead the other dog. But
yeah.
But yeah, they and like my sister had to move, and she had like 5 dogs, I think, and like 3 cats, and so like my parents ended up having to like take her animals because she couldn't take them with her whenever she was moving.
Okay.
So now they have like 3 more cats and like 3 more dogs, and they're constantly like, I need to get rid of this dog. I need to get rid of this dog. That's why I'm like, yeah, I could get you a dog. Like literally.
Well, okay, so I lied when I said about breed. I don't want a cat-sized dog. I
You want like
I want
a dog-sized dog, like a real
Yeah.
dog, not a toy
Yeah,
dog.
my family's dog. She's like a Great Dane mix, and she's 90 pounds of force.
Right.
So I mean, I'm happy to get smaller than her, but like not much smaller.
Yeah.
I
this
do
were
like bigger dogs.
if this was like 2 years ago, I could have gotten you a what is the big fluffy dog? The big oh my god. I can't even think of a way to
Pyrenees.
describe them. They have two coats of fur.
Oh, Tulkus has those.
Pyrenees. Wait, yeah, Great Pyrenees.
No,
That's
Is
what I
it
was thinking
Pyrenees?
of. I think it's Pyrenees. Is it a Pyrenees? Tulkus. Is it a
I'm
Pyrenees?
blanking on Tulkus's dog type, but he's got two bears basically.
Yeah, I think this one was a Newfoundlands. Okay, yeah, this was a Pyrenees. Newfoundlands. Yeah, the Pyrenees probably. I think this was somebody at work found again. Like it was running around in the city. Somebody had dumped this dog off like in the city,
Aw.
and like literally like 120-pound dog. And
Yeah.
but they ended up keeping it. But that was also like
Yeah.
2 years ago. But yeah, I mean it's pretty much you give me a list.
Yeah,
And I'll just keep my eye open because eventually,
you'll get it. Yeah, just a dog-sized dog, cause they're even like, they're like $425 to adopt at the pounds
oh
here.
my god,
Which to me, like my family dog, we got her in Florida. She was $25.
right?
She was discounted because my stepdad's military. So we got like a discounted dog. But even then, like the dogs are only like $40, if that.
Right, like that's a
But up
reasonable
here-
price, like for like from a shelter or vet or something, like because they've usually taken care of them or something, you know. So like I
Yeah,
feel like
right?
that's reasonable.
Yeah, even yeah, and
$400.
they'd fixed her too, like
Yeah.
and she was only and so yeah, so they're $425 up here, and at that point, so that's why I've had such a hard time. Like I've always wanted to, like my whole life we've adopted dogs, and so I'm very passionate that I want to have an adopted dog. But at that point, I'm like halfway to like a purebred of whatever
Right.
kind of puppy I want.
Right. Yeah.
And I can go to a reputable breeder, obviously. Like I'm not going to go to some back alley dog.
Yeah. A guy
But
with like dogs
and then I
in
can
his
raise
coat,
it and
he's like,
train
"Do you want
it.
a dog? Have a dog."
Yeah, no. And then I know that I can train it and it'll be like how I want it to be, because you know it's always a gamble when you get a pound puppy, and I hate to say that, but when you talk
That's true,
when you
yeah.
talk it out, like but yeah, so yeah, Tubby, $425 because like I was saying, they ship them in because we don't really have a dog problem. So the one dog I was looking at was from California, another one was from Georgia. Yeah, they're just
That's the most bizarre thing. That's really interesting. Like it's almost mind blowing. It's like partial. It's like poosh. It's not like but it's like poosh.
yeah.
To think of like
Yeah.
not having a dog problem, because it's like every day on the news. It's like, oh, there's 7,000 dogs in the pound. You guys should go adopt a dog today. And I
Yeah.
mean, it's just like overrun with animals. And
Yeah.
like I literally have watched 2 dogs walk to my front door. I put food out for stray animals too because I'm so nice. And
That's how yeah.
it's like I saw a black cat walk up, which at that point I had to go check and make sure the black cat was inside to make sure it didn't somehow sneak
Oh,
out,
yeah.
which has happened before. And wasn't my cat. And but like yeah, 2 dogs have run by and a raccoon. If you want a raccoon, I could get you a raccoon too.
Yes, I told you I'm down to pet and cuddle anything as long as it wants to. Might end up bad, but
Yeah, like it's pretty much that's so weird because it's like it gets hard enough to give dogs away because everybody has dogs. Like we have
Yeah.
an abundance of dogs, and
Yep.
like they're always getting put to sleep because they're in pounds and like there's not enough people to go around for dogs. So it's
Yeah.
weird to hear like you're on a list and like they have to ship in stray. They're shipping in orphan dogs to other
Yep.
states to give them
I
away for
have I
exorbitant
have my
prices.
application out at several like adoption agencies. So if a dog fits my criteria,
Right.
then they'll give me a call. It's crazy. My parents joke it could be cheaper to fly to Florida and get a dog where we got our dog and fly back
Yeah.
than to get. I mean, seriously, a flight to Florida, a round trip is like $150,
Right. Right.
and then I could get a dog for 30, and then I could probably even drive back up and it'd still be cheaper.
It would. I feel like it would probably would be cheaper. Like I don't know that it's a long way from Oklahoma. Well, also from Florida. Florida's a little bit more of a straight up deal, but you'd be kind of like Oklahoma diagonally deal. But
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Either way, I'm sure it's probably cheaper to drive. Like you would save more than $400 to get a free dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so
I don't know.
funny. That's
It
so
is really weird. It's so weird. And well, they even so even the cheap shelters in Florida, they won't give you the dog unless it's vaccinated, and they fixed it if it's not fixed.
Right.
And the shelters here do that, and they chip them both in
Mm.
Florida and here. Um, but yeah, 400. Like I just. But the great thing is I do check the websites, and the dogs are usually always going pretty fast.
Yeah.
That could just be because we have so very few.
Maybe.
In
Yeah. Like maybe don't tell anybody that you know. Don't tell them that there are dogs in other places. Like maybe they just think that there's no dogs in the world. Don't let them. If they're looking for dog, don't let them know. That way you can
Yeah.
like you've got the inside
Yeah.
track.
Stop looking for dogs. Go here. I've checked like several New England states too for different dogs, and yeah, it's just expensive here, and very rarely do they come on the market.
That's.
So
What about cats? Like, do you know about it? Like, is it just dogs, or is there a shortage of
no,
every animal?
I see more cats
Mm.
than I do the dogs, and some days I want a cat, but most days I don't want to deal with a litter box.
Right. See, I just don't
Because I
want to
had
deal
cats.
with cleaning up after a dog. That's why I mean, I don't love litter boxes, but I like that they're kind of snooty and they're kind of like assholes and they kind of like do their own
Yeah.
thing. But then they're also kind of moody and like really want attention and you're like, "Jesus, really?" What is
I know. We had a cat that he would be sweet until he wasn't. He was like a what are those candies?
sweet and sour?
Yeah,
The gummy
the
sweet and sour gummy bear
kids.
things?
Yeah,
The ones where it like cuts your hair and then it's like, "Sorry."
yeah. That was exactly him, except the opposite. Like, Sour
Sour
Patch
Patch,
Kid.
yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Except he was sweet and then he was a dick. So you never knew which version of Max you were gonna get.
My cats are nice, but the boy cat Watermelon is very needy. I feel like he's very like almost codependent because he loses his mind if I shut my door. I can't hear him because I have headphones on, but he'll sit and scream at my door if I shut it. And
Oh,
the other one just doesn't care. But yeah, I mean, I like dogs. I'm not against dogs. Like I'm definitely probably more of a cat person because I find them easier to deal with and rather than like they don't although I say that and I'm removing all of the carpet from my house because they decide to like randomly pee in places and then it's like
yeah, that's my big thing with cats too.
yeah. So that's
Yeah.
that's whole renovation of like, oh, you peed here? Guess I'm gonna rip out the carpet here,
Yep.
replace that with something flat.
Yep.
But with dogs, I'm like, I don't want to like come home and be like, oh, couldn't wait. I don't know. Like I don't. I mean, I. I just.
We've
I
only
don't
had
know.
one asshole dog, but we adopted her when she was already like 7,
Yeah.
and she'd clearly been abused in her previous home. But I mean, she loved my mom. She and I did not care for her. And if I tell mom now, I was like, Mom, that dog sucks. She's like, how dare you? I go, well, like you.
Yeah. I mean, and that's definitely true. Like there are. I think dogs seem to be a little more like that. Like they're very partial to certain people, and
Yes.
I think that's. I think that's fine, but I think that's like that's a tricky situation if you ever have people around you. If it's like
It
your
can
dog
be.
only likes you, then it's like, yeah, my dog doesn't like anyone else, so don't touch it.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah,
that's safe.
Yeah, no, no, I totally get that. Like my family dog, she loves everyone, but like if there's any play fighting in the house, she's so funny. She protects me first, and I love it. I don't live with her full time, but she always will come and protect me. Even if I'm the like quote unquote aggressor
Right.
in the fight, she'll protect me. And I'm like, I love you, girl. She's so funny. And her tail, my peeps know this, is a weapon.
Right.
We've told people, like we tell men to watch your junk around this dog because she's no joke. She's bruised me. Like she's bruised the back of behind my knee, which is like ungodly
How do you
painful
bruise
to have a
that?
bruise there. Yeah, her tail.
Wow.
Our family friend got a vasectomy, and he'd already been sack tapped by her tail before. So you'd think he knew better, like hide your junk.
Right.
Nope. He came over right after his vasectomy, and boop,
Oh my
down
God.
he went. Guess he was. I wasn't there, but my mom said she was crying, laughing, and he had to lay there in tears for a little bit on the floor.
That's got to be
But-
awful. I mean, it's bad enough because I mean, dogs, especially dogs that are at like nose level, or like or not nose level, but their nose level, where they can like run up and be like, "Wow!" And it's. I mean, yeah, but I would feel like if you just had a vasectomy, stay home. Like, don't go anywhere. Anyway, like just.
That's
don't...
also a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, like
But
why
you'd
were you
also
doing
been
anything?
sack tapped before, so you knew. You already knew. Oh yeah, friends. I know what friend's saying. So, friend
TS?
said TS, and that's because it's not as painful for women to get smacked by the dog's tail in our bits. But sometimes she'll get you just right, and it hurts a little bit, like it'll hit the pelvic bone.
Right.
And so that dog whacked me one day, and it hurt a little bit. My mom was like, "What? Did she twat swat you?"
Twat
and I was like,
swat.
"Mother, oh my! I never want to hear those words come out of your mouth ever again." And of course, she thought it was so funny, so she kept saying it, and I was like, "Oh my God."
So I like to use
Stop.
that. Like I like that as kind of like the opposite of cock blocking. It's twat swatting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it could work. That's funny.
It's not. I mean, it's not quite as prevalent, I don't think. And
No.
and it doesn't sound as like not pleasant, but it sounds very uncouth, I think. It
Yeah.
doesn't sound, cock blocking, even though like it's kind of a very vulgar thing. Just twat swatting just sounds so much worse. It's like, don't say that. Like don't use those words.
Especially my mother saying
Right.
it. I was like, "Dear Lord, woman."
Gunmetal Knight, what's up,
Stop.
homie?
Yo, gunmetal.
Yeah, it's I don't
That was
even know
rough.
where to go after that. No. Actually, I do.
welcome.
I've got a great. So speaking of girl parts, we should talk about how women are treated on the internet.
Okay.
Do you have any horror stories of like, because you put yourself out there, like you have YouTube, you have Twitch, you're not hiding, like you do camera things, and so like you're out there as a person, as a
Yeah.
content creator. Do you have like horror stories of people doing shitty things just because you're a lady?
Can we hold that thought while I run to the restroom real quick,
Yes.
and then I'll be and I'll remember the question this time.
Okay.
I wanted to. I didn't want to interrupt you asking the question. Be like, "Yo, hold on,"
Like, blah, blah,
but
blah,
I'm gonna
blah.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you give me like a minute, I'll be right back,
'Kay.
and then I'll answer your question. Okay. I'll keep you guys looking at my beautiful green screen though, and Hank, who's sitting. I sewed this idiot right. I'll put him in the chair. I'll be right back.
Okay. Is that Hank? Is that Hank the dinosaur? Where do we go after twat swatting? Yeah, where do you go after twat swatting? You go to jail. That's where you go. Doing the master lurking thing. Gunmetal Knight, haven't seen you in a while. Well, obviously I haven't seen you in a while because you're lurker. Best lurker. Lurkers are great. Also, friend tracking, not sure if you're allowed to say the full thing. You are allowed to say whatever you want, as long as it's not, you know, insulting or racial or whatever. I feel like if you asked if you're not allowed to say that, then I feel you probably know the limits. But yeah, vulgar is fine. Vulgar is absolutely fine. So Hank, yeah, Hank, what's your life like, Hank? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Aunt, you already covered that. Yeah, that we don't judge. You can say whatever. It's true. You can even say nerf herder. You can say filthy nerf herder.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. Oh, I feel like a new person.
We were talking to Hank. He didn't have anything.
Hank? Oh yeah.
He didn't say
He's
anything.
He's a good
though.
dude.
I don't know if I would say that. He kind of ignored me a little bit.
He's shy, you know. He's just a little shy.
Oh, all right. Next time, Hank. Don't be a dick to me, Hank.
He says he promises he won't.
All right. All right.
Okay. So, to answer your question about being a lady on this interweb situation, I have to say, and that mostly, honestly, I have not experienced a lot of backlash because I'm female. I think maybe because I also have like a I'm not going to take your shit kind of like attitude. And it takes a lot to really offend me. I get weird and awkward and uncomfortable, I guess, sometimes. There are jokes that can make me uncomfortable. I think they would make any woman uncomfortable, or any male, really, even. Like, there's just some stuff that I don't think you should say to a person, but mostly I have been very fortunate in that, you know, the most comments I get is, oh my God, a girl playing Ark, or oh my God, a girl playing XYZ. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. And it has been important for me when I made my channel to just be someone who likes to game and not be a girl gamer.
Right.
And I don't mean offense to like, that's just not how I chose to market myself.
Yeah.
Because there is that whole girl gamer part, and good on them, you know, that's just not how that's not the route I've chosen. And I think, like, you know, and as far, you know, oh geez, you know, the word that you can get banned on Twitch for, the T word. If you still, I don't know if they exist on Twitch anymore, but the kind of, you know, the Twitch T girls.
Oh.
I'm very much like, shake what your mama gave you.
Right.
Like, you do you, girlfriend. Like, if you want to do that, I personally never would, but like, you do you.
Yeah.
And I guess Tokus makes a point that people do get banned in my streams, but they do it a lot of fast that I don't see it.
Yeah.
Which is also really nice, but I feel like it's very few and far between. And I've my favorite comment. So when I first started my channel, my logo looked more like the companion cube from Portal. And then it's evolved, I guess, more to like a modern one, but still heavily influenced by the companion cube. And somebody was like, on my video, I actually saw the video the other day that the comment was on, but I don't remember, but they were like, ew, you're a girl having your channel all pink, and why would you put pink in, like, ew, you're a girl with pink? And I was like, well, yeah, but it's also like the companion cube.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I get it was funny, and I'm doing a terrible job of actually saying what the comment was, but that was like the gist of it. Like, ew, you're using pink in your logo? Ew, and you're a girl?
Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, how?
I was using my feminine ways to sell my channel because I had pink in my logo is what they were getting at.
Okay,
and I was like, yeah, sure. Right. Just a pink, okay.
Because it sounds more like a 5-year-old child being like, girls are gross, you're wearing pink.
Probably.
You know, it's like, what?
Yeah.
That's also why I wore my pink jacket, just for you.
Oh, thanks.
See,
it is. I like it.
It's kind of a salmon color. I think the last time, actually, I think nobody knows. Like, I only have a small rotation of jackets, so like I cycle them, but I try to try to do them far enough apart so nobody really notices. But I think the last time I wore this was when I talked to Zul'jin, and
Oh,
he came on. He's like, what some very elaborate Louisiana thing of like, goddamn, that's a bright salmon something like something to
yeah.
that effect. But
Z's such a good dude.
yeah, he was super fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I haven't worn pink jacket in a while. I should wear pink because it's Alexis, and not because of the
Yeah.
other, not because of the girl gamer thing, just because I know you use a lot of pink.
Yeah, no, it would take a lot to really. Sometimes though, I like to like hit back. Depends on my mood. Some nights I'm really feisty and I'll be like, "You kissed your mother with that mouth" if they like
Yeah,
try to make shitty comments, but it typically doesn't bother me. And I don't know. I know there are girls like I think probably the most toxicity I've gotten is in Overwatch, but
yeah,
Overwatch is just really nasty in general, I think, for everyone. And I'll watch some of these girls who like put like compilation videos of them like being harassed, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm
mm,
very fortunate that I haven't gone through that." But I also sometimes it's like a stretch sometimes too. Like somebody will just make a joke and they'll be like, "I'm a girl, I'm offended." Be like, it
yeah,
had nothing to do with the fact that you were a girl, yo.
right,
Like they're just being a dick. So, but I'm not trying to minimize anybody's like pain, if you
right.
will, but
Yeah, no,
just
I'm with you
don't.
on that. That sometimes people,
Yeah,
you see something and they try to make it into something else, and you're like, I don't think that insult was
yeah,
anything to do with what you were saying. It just meant that
yeah.
you
Back
suck.
it up a little bit.
It just means that
Stop
you're
playing a
terrible.
victim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
it's nothing to do with your anatomy. It's just because you're bad at the game.
yeah. And they're probably just a miserable person, and that's okay.
Yeah,
But just don't. Yeah, yeah. And I've when I've played Overwatch and I've had some shitty dudes like in a lobby or whatever. My friends have. I don't need people to stick up for me,
right,
but they have like said something, and that I mean that is nice. I don't need it, but it is nice when
right.
like people have had my back a couple times. But yeah, I am very fortunate that I've not experienced it. And as far as like if it's harder being a girl versus being a guy, and I see the argument like what was it? I feel like it was a oh my god. No. Well, it was some comment oh no, about some guys saying that girls have an easier time on Twitch and
Mm,
YouTube and all that jazz, but like they still don't get that it's primarily male dominated.
right.
Like the top streamers and YouTubers are still men.
Yeah,
And like I don't know. People just don't think their thoughts all the way through sometimes to come to conclusions like that. No, maybe you just didn't put in the work and she did. Like you can't just this girl worked really hard to get to where she is and you didn't.
right.
Like that's it. That's and I've had friends apparently make comments about that I've only got okay. I've had people say that I've only gotten to where I am because I'm a girl. No, I worked really hard for what I did.
Yeah,
I, I've forgotten about that stuff. Like that is stuff that I've blocked out because it was friends. I've had more trouble with friends than I have with random strangers in that part. Um,
interesting. Are these
there was
female
a
friends
whole
that say that to you?
no, there no.
The guy
I
friends?
wish I had more female friends in this. To be completely fair,
Yeah.
to be completely honest, I wish I had more girlfriends. I have Peach, and that's pretty much it. But she's a doll. But anyway, it's been guys, and there was this whole situation a couple years ago. I got someone kicked out of Pooping Evolved for being a terrible human being,
Yeah.
and they started to come at me saying that I'm, because I got in via XP, so like she's sucking XP's dick, and that's how she's getting in here, and all that stuff, and that says a lot more about them than me.
Right.
And so I didn't say anything. I just let them set themselves on fire because that's not the type of person I am. And it worked.
Yeah. That's
But
what,
then go ahead.
I was gonna say that's one of those things too that sometimes when people are that toxic or that bad, like it's sometimes better if you just step back and let them ruin themselves because eventually
Yep.
they will.
Yep. And that's exactly what happened to that whole group really. And then but though that I found out that a good friend of who I thought was a good friend of mine was like in on that and was like, yeah, she's only where she is because she's a girl. And I'm like, dude, come on, like no, I've worked harder than you. I've been doing this longer than you have.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's also a big part of like why I haven't really done collaborations in a long time,
Mm,
because people that I've worked with, it's always gone south because of me being a successful female.
right.
It's not, and I've still like tried to reach out and been like, hey, like, but they get, and I honestly like, and that sucks. Like, it goes back to like when I was talking about the ego and pooping evolved and there being none, despite the, you know, the difference in size of creators and the ego in the other group, although that was a male that had the most followers in that. But like, they're not looking at me like, if I was a successful male and I was their friend taking them under my wing, I don't think they would have been so salty about the fact that I have more followers than they do or that I had made more money than them. But
Right.
because I'm a female, I think that's where they had the issue was, you know,
That
and
they have like this underlying like demascul or emasculated.
emasculation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah,
hmm.
yeah. And so and I, you know, I had said earlier that and there was a, when I was talking about Penguin, Timmy, John, and myself on like when I first started ARC, and there was another guy involved. He got out because actually Timmy and I at the time, our channels were like head to head, like we were both growing
Hmm.
exponentially at the same pace. And he was like, "Well, you guys, your channels are because we were renting a server, which is like what, $20."
Right.
But we were like, we should share the cost because we're all using it. Which in retrospect now, like I don't care, I'll spend $20 for my friends to be on a server.
Yeah.
But at the time, somebody else had suggested, so we were like, okay. But this guy was like, no, you guys should pay for it because you're making, you have more followers than we do. We're like, but you play on it too. Like,
Right.
is this is yeah? And so he didn't like that I called him out about it, and so he left.
Mm,
Um, yeah, I think if you speak up and you don't take shit, people don't like that.
right.
Um, and I do.
I mean, and I
So
definitely like I could see that like that from it's almost sexist to say like it is, I guess, more unusual for a girl to stand up for herself
yeah, no,
in a situation like that. Like, and that almost sounds terrible to say, but it, I mean, I don't feel like that's not true. I mean,
no,
it,
I totally get it because you have like consider like the facts. Men are the number one cause of like harm to women.
right,
It's just how it is. And so it's like ingrained in us to be scared to stand up for ourselves, to say no, to be not polite, and like polite is our default because we
right,
don't know what's going to happen. And I mean, I've been in situations in like that in real life, but at the same time, as I've gotten older, and I was also always that like I think I walk a fine line of like to know like when to step in or when to just like ha ha, like a fake laugh, like
yeah,
um and I mean it's just, I don't know how to explain it because it's like you just don't want to upset them. Like my
right,
females, like other girls, I have no qualms about being anything with. But like with men, you're like, well, I don't know what's gonna trigger you to like
yeah.
freak out.
Sometimes it's easier to just be like, yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
yeah, and just kind of
yeah,
go along with what they say and just
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, and then yeah, and you know, in uncomfortable situations too. Like, but I, like I said, I even in real life, I mostly stick up for myself. There are a few times where sometimes it's not worth it,
right,
in the sense that you know it's not gonna, if you stick up for yourself it's gonna be worse, almost like it's a challenge at that point. So if
mm,
you just go along with it, and these are things like you have to be ahead of the game in those kind of situations. You have to think, okay, if I stick up for myself, is he going to just back away, or is he going to
right,
be like, no, come on girl? So it's like you just have to, and sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, just nonsense. And I've pulled my friends out of situations like that. I'm the, out of my friend group, I'm the bitch. Like,
right,
you don't mess with Alexis. Like I've rescued them from going home with guys who just like they're like I'm polite. They're so polite.
Yeah.
And I've literally pulled them away from guys. I've I pretended to be an FBI agent one night, and I scared away a whole group of guys, which was one of my proudest moments to this day.
Nice.
But yeah, and so a lot of it like crosses over between gaming and real life, and that I just don't accept it. Like, leave me alone just because I'm a girl. Back off. And not everyone's that way, obviously. But, you know, it's just it's a weird time sometimes to be a girl and to pick your battles, like Shalako said, and
yeah, my
otherwise
new
just not.
I think one of my new favorite phrases is like, is this the hill that you want to die on?
Yeah.
Is this worth dealing with all of everything, or is it
Yeah.
easier just to be like, you know what, you're right.
Yep. Be like, I'll let you think you're right tonight.
Yeah.
How about that? And then we'll just, okay, bye. Yeah, no.
Where you're just like,
Yep.
absolutely, you're absolutely right. You're yeah, 100% absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's I think that's just one of those things too, that it gets. I love arguing with people, especially like I want to make a prediction here, and I need to know how close I am or if I'm not. But number one, I feel like you're probably a fire sign.
No.
Okay. Then I'm still thinking on this. That was first thought, but the other one was.
It's so funny you say everyone on I've never had somebody try to guess my sign. Well, that's not true. I have had people try to guess my sign. But even when people describe me, they always just refer to me as like fiery. Just I'm like a fiery person, but I'm not a fire sign.
Okay. I'm gonna circle back to that. And nobody answered. Nobody say anything in chat. I'm gonna figure this out.
Oh, nobody knows my birthday, but I will tell you my sign.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
what's
I'm gonna
type of
guess.
sign.
I'm gonna figure this out. Maybe, probably not. Maybe within 3 guesses.
Okay.
So I've had 1. So fire sign is out. So that eliminates a quarter.
Yep. Good job.
No, what I was gonna say was like, as far as arguing thing, because it's great fun to argue with people when you know that they're wrong about something, and but at the same, like when you get to that point in the argument where you're like, they're not gonna change, like they're not gonna realize that they're wrong, then that's the point where you're like, yeah, you're right, absolutely, yeah, totally.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that happens with like political conversations or like religious conversations, things like that, where things start getting a bit too one-sided to where it's like nothing I say is going to matter anyway. That's when you just start agreeing.
You're not hearing me. Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I know. Yeah. Presidents.
Super.
Leaders. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
Sports. Conspiracies. Yeah. Medicine. Yeah, they're going to chip you. They're going to chip you and they're going to track you. That's what they're doing.
Careful.
That's what vaccines are. They're going to track you.
That's like a conversation I had with a family friend about, was it vaccines causing autism? And she swore that she watched her friend's son change after a vaccine.
Yeah.
And I was like, did you do your research? She's like, I didn't have to. I saw it with my own eyes. And I was like, okay,
Yeah.
you have fun with that.
Yeah.
I'm like, because I tried I tried getting her perspective and her side, and like, maybe, but and then at that point I knew, I was like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna walk away and drink my margarita.
It's like, absolutely, like, because, and I mean, I'll tell you my new theory. I told my friends this because I kind of need it to be, not need it to be, but like part of me wants it to be public, just because if this happens, I want to be like, told ya.
Okay, let's hear it.
So I don't think I've actually said this on stream yet. I think I just told my friends this. So everybody's freaking out about vaccines. Like there's that Bill Gates is going to put a microchip in you, and Bill Gates created viruses, and they want to track you and whatever, and it's the mark of the devil and blah blah blah, which
Yeah.
is literally just wrong because that is nothing. There's no biblical accuracy in any of that. But what I've come to, that you can make fun of me all you want for this, by the way. The crazy part that I've come to after there's a recent documentary that I watched that, and part X-Files, because it's also happening in
Okay.
X-Files a little bit.
Okay.
My new concern right now is that this vaccine is going to be a marker for when the aliens invade. They're the ones that are going to believe it because they want everybody to get it. So everybody is going to get this vaccine, and they're going when the aliens invade, which will not be real. That they're the ones that are going to believe that it's actually real, and the people that are not, which most of us may be dead by then, will be the only ones that can tell that it's like computer generated holograms, like mind control.
Interesting.
That's my over the line tinfoil. Like I don't. There's 37% of that is sarcasm, but there's enough in all of this that I've been watching and that I've seen that I'm like, I don't necessarily think it's like this vaccine. I don't, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I love UFO stuff. The more and more the stuff that I've watched and like this recent stuff that I've started seeing, it really got me thinking about this, that it's like, wait a second. If this is going to happen, and this was also kind of a plot in X-Files. That's kind of what made it trigger in my mind, was because it was like, they did this. Like, this was a thing that they, I don't know if you're an X-Files fan, and I don't want to ruin the movie for everybody.
No, it's okay. I've not seen it, but I want to. But you can.
Okay.
So I probably won't remember.
Well, so they were using. I'll generalize some of it so I don't completely ruin it. They were using natural methods. There was a movie. There were two movies. Shalako, two X-Files movies. They were using a natural method to transmit a kind of a virus. Like, they transmitted an infection to people by using things in nature, and those people were being marked for the alien overlords to come and take them.
Interesting.
And like it was basically, it was like a test of it was almost like a strong survive kind of thing that it would make it was weeding out who was going to be able to be harvested and who was going to be able to be like hybridized and used for, you know, gene manipulation and breeding purposes and things like that.
Yeah.
And so it's just really interesting. And again, like I don't normally like subscribe to such crazy shit. Like my tinfoil hat only goes so far. Like, I'm good with like Bigfoot, UFOs. Like, I don't really get into too much as far as like, you know, Bill Gates is not microchipping anybody. But it's like, the more I kept thinking about it, it's like, it's really weird that we just had this thing happen out of nowhere. That this thing just shows up and is infecting the entire world. And like, it's not localized. It's not like central to any one country or anything. Like, you know, a lot of times, like, we've had a lot of bad diseases that have targeted,
like Ebola.
Right? Like things target certain areas, but this is one of those things that's happening worldwide, and that, and then, you know, then my crazy brain starts going that I'm like, what if this is what they're doing? What if this is the X-Files plot that they're targeting? And they're marking everybody, and they're weeding out who is going to survive, so that they can choose the strongest of the bunch. They're weeding out all the bad stock, so they can, you know, and then So it's one of the, like I said, it's honestly, like, it's mostly sarcasm, but there is enough of me that's like, I really want to say it just in case. in
So you could be like, I knew it.
Yeah.
I told you.
just in case
Yep.
in 5 years when this happens, you're gonna be like, God damn it, he was right.
He was right. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, and I'll be like in a bunker, and you guys will be on
Yeah.
a spaceship because
I mean, I love a good conspiracy theory. I also love watching documentaries on conspiracy theories because they get you your brain really starts going. Though when it comes to the Rona, I don't know if this is a full. I mean, it's probably a conspiracy. I have no doubt it was made in a lab, though.
yeah,
I don't think somebody bit into a bat. I honestly have no doubt that this was a lab-made virus.
yeah.
That's about it on that end. I don't. I think there was a really interesting documentary I watched called Zeitgeist.
I've heard of
Zeitgeist?
that. Yeah, Zeitgeist.
Yeah, if it's the one I'm remembering correctly, it was about 9/11 and it being an inside job.
Right.
And damn, if it does not have some like compelling evidence to prove
Yeah,
that it was an inside job. That's the is it the travel guide thing? I swear it was called Zeitgeist. It might be wrong. We watched
travel
two
guide thing?
documentaries, so it might be. I might have had the names confused, but
Zagat. Yeah, there's like a Zagat
the
travel guide or like
Yeah,
food guide or
yeah.
restaurant guide or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so the documentary for everybody, so you can watch this, and this is where it pieced everything together, and I don't want to ruin a lot of it, but like it was
The alien one?
yeah, it was
Yeah.
because again, like I have my limits, like I will believe crazy things, but like I generally stay pretty grounded, and even though people like Nessie doesn't exist, like there's no way a thing lives in a lake.
Oh, shut up.
But I'm
Nessie
like,
1,000% exists.
Yeah,
Get out of
exactly.
here with that.
Exactly, and
No, I wouldn't doubt if there's something out there. I'll fight you about Nessie.
because I will tell you,
later.
the lake is huge, like it's unimaginably huge.
Yeah.
I went there in 2017, and it
I'm
is
so jealous.
unbelievably huge. Like it's 40. Hit my keyboard again. It's like 47 miles long, and like you can't see end to end. Like when you're looking
Yeah.
at it, like you don't know where it's ridiculous. But the documentary, so it's a 3-part thing. The first one, and I haven't watched the first part because I happened to see the second part, and I'm like, what is this? And I watched it, and then I realized it was a part 2. But the first one is called Sir No Face, and they were investigating in Australia, of all places. It was like this documentary about this crew that was hired to investigate this place in Australia by the Australian government for 2 years that they investigated this place, and they caught what they believed to be a very credible piece of footage of a ghost. And a lot of people, which is weird, because if you try to look it up, like I've tried to look up the picture, because like I've talked to my friends, I'm like, you gotta watch this documentary, and I'll look and try to find just a picture of like a screenshot or whatever of it, and I can't find one. Like I don't know that they have the footage anywhere other than like in the documentary. Like no one has pulled out a picture to be like, here's the picture that they're talking about. But
Yeah.
so like if you try to look it up, you're probably not going to find it. So part 2, they go into, like they talk about, they presented this at conferences, like UFO conferences, or not UFO, paranormal conferences, ghost conferences and stuff. And a lot of people were saying that it looked like a gray, it looked like an alien.
Oh, yeah.
And so they started looking into that. And that's where part 2 kind of picks up, where they're like, maybe this wasn't a ghost. Maybe this was an alien that we saw. And so the sequel, this is what I tell everybody to watch. Watch the first one, because basically the second one says, hey, we spent the other documentary looking for ghosts. That's all that was, and here's what we found. And so the second one is them exploring the idea of, was it an alien that they caught on film and not a ghost? But the second one is called Two-Face the Gray. So first one, Sir No Face. Second one,
Okay.
Two-Face the Gray.
Two-Face.
And then there's a third one that also follows up because like by the end of that one, you know, they get to a point and they're like, I have more to say about this. And then
Yeah.
like they made a third one, and I kind of watched part of it, but like it just kind of it touches on a lot of like follow up of like aftermath of like them exploring this deep conspiracy and like, you know, government officials and, you know, all the things that it's less about the meat of the subject. It's more about the outcome, like them being followed by spooks, you know, like people in black cars, things like that.
Yeah.
But in the second one, like there's a bit in the middle, the part that I want people to watch, that just because it's like, even if you don't believe it, like it's super entertaining and it's very curious because it does tie a lot of weird things together in a way that I'd never seen. And in the second one, but it's like it starts from fucking Stalin up to now. Like it's like this
Okay.
started with, you know, in like World War One era stuff where this started going on, and then this and this and this and this and this, and like you know, Ronald Reagan and then Nixon and then this and like going to the moon and blah 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 and like all these things that it's like this is the ultimate thing that's happening because of all of this, because
Yeah.
aliens have been this and that, and this is what's going to happen. And you watch it and you're like you said, with like with the 9/11 stuff, like you watch it and you're like, God damn it, that sounds really accurate. Like
Yeah.
that doesn't sound unbelievable. And
Yeah.
it was kind of from that I'm like, this makes sense, but this is what I think. And that's where my idea kind of stemmed. It kind of jumped from all the stuff that they were talking about to like, if this happens, this is the reason why this is happening right now. If that's going to be a thing, then this is why.
To like tie it all together. Yeah.
Right. That was where,
Interesting.
because this was all pre-Rona, that this was,
Yeah.
it was leading up to that. And yeah, it was and one of the things I will point out is like one of their secret whistleblower people, like they had all these things they were talking about, that this person told them that Trump was going to start a space force, and then
Oh,
like
Space Force.
a
Yeah.
year later he did,
Yeah.
which is weird. Like, how would you predict that? Like, it's easy to be like, you know, oh, I predict in 20 years it's going to be a bad virus that's going to kill people. You're like, no shit. Like, that always happens. But,
Yeah.
like, something like that's pretty specific to say, like, yeah, they're going to create, like, a new branch of military to patrol space because we're getting very close to them getting pissed off enough to attack us.
Oh my God. What a thought.
Yeah, it's, but again, I don't want everybody to think I'm fucking not so crazy, but it's like,
No.
I
mean, I don't disbelieve in aliens. I think it would be cool to have some sort of contact in our lifetime,
right,
but I just know that it's gonna like. So, I'm still on the fence about whether or not if we've had contact. Like you know, I think I've read about the documentary that you were talking about because I've it sounds familiar. Like I've not seen it, but I've definitely like heard about it. But as far as like all the shit that goes down and yeah, exactly, Lady Raptor Claw. There's no way we can be alone in this universe.
right,
There's like that quote that's like what? It's like we're either alone or we're not, and both are equally terrifying.
right,
Um
which is
and
very
I
accurate.
don't yeah, it totally is. And so I definitely don't like it's just a matter of like if we've already been contacted, can you imagine being somebody who knows that we have like that? How do you
Right.
keep a secret like that under fear of death, most likely? But
Yeah.
like, um,
Or nobody
yeah,
believes you. I think that's
that too.
like that's usually what it is. Is like if you're like, yeah, I've
I mean, depends on if you know their job though. Like,
Right.
unless you know they're they're super undercover or that kind of thing. But yeah, and so I mean, I don't necessarily. The vaccine idea is really interesting though. Like I don't foresee that not being something that could happen in the future. Maybe once technology is a little different. I don't know.
Right.
But I definitely think when it comes to aliens, there's so much that we obviously don't know. And you know, I hope reincarnation is a thing, because I would want to see it in a future lifetime when we come to terms with that, or we learn more about it, because it really is a whole fascinating, like,
Yeah,
nugget of.
that's one of those areas where everybody's like, hold on, like you went too far. Like we're not gonna.
Yeah.
Like, because again, like I'll believe mostly in anything. I mean, not like believe, but I will like. I'll at least take it into consideration. If some, you know,
Yeah.
if somebody's like, hey, and it's one of those like it's one of those stories like when you have it my mouth is wanting to move, but I'm like, my brain's not there yet.
Oh, that's me 1,000% all the time. I
That
get you.
it, yeah, that it's like, oh, Tubby Lee should watch Stephen Greer. Yes, I've watched stuff with Stephen Greer. That it's like, if your best friend came to you and said, I was out in the woods the other night and I'm pretty sure I saw Bigfoot, that you would be more apt to believe your best friend, because you're like, why would they lie about that? Like, what is
Yeah.
there to gain? But if a stranger tells you that, you're like, you're a fucking idiot. Like that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
why do we automatically assume somebody that we don't know is just making shit up? But if your best friend came to you, like, because I can openly admit, like, I've never seen Bigfoot, I've never seen a UFO, I've never seen a ghost. Like, I've never seen or, you know, had visual contact with anything that would make me believe in any of this.
Do you want me to tell you my ghost story?
Yes, more than anything.
So, I've always been on the fence about ghosts. Ghost Adventures is one of my favorite shows, mostly because I love Zach Bagans. That man makes me laugh harder than anybody. He's so unintentionally funny. He just cracks me
He's
up.
one of those people I wouldn't want to be around, like, because you can't
I
trust if he's going to punch you or hug you. Like he,
Oh my god, I love it.
yeah,
He
like,
could punch me and I would like be like, yes, hit me again. Like I have like a weird love for this man that I can't comprehend.
yeah, he's
But,
psychotic. I think, in my
which is
non-medical
amazing.
opinion, I think he's just literally
Yeah.
psychotic. Yeah,
But going back to my, so I do like I said, I love a conspiracy theory about aliens, and I saw I might be saying it wrong, anti-or, about us being the advanced culture. Yeah, I totally agree that that would be really scary and really sad. But my ghost story is that I was in Maryland, and it was my ex-boyfriend's grandparents lived on this plot of land. I don't know how many acres they had, but you couldn't see any neighbors. There were houses on the same street, but like they were far enough away that you could maybe see like the glow of their window light,
right.
but like you couldn't see the house at night. And so we were outside and it was pitch black, and we were hanging out on the dock. Like they lived on kind of like a little pond, so we were sitting out on the dock, and but his grandparents were like, you know, don't you have to go to bed at like 10 o'clock, but we snuck out because like we're not going to bed at 10 o'clock, we're teenagers, that's boring. So we just went out to the dock to hang out, and then we did get tired and we decided we're going to go in and go to bed. And you had to like, so like this is the house, this is the dock, but like the door was on the other side of the house, so you had to go around to get in. And we're walking and there's a tree line, so you couldn't see anything the way we were walking.
Right.
Anyway, and like I said, it was pitch black, you only had the light of the moon. So we're walking towards the tree line, and we like in the tree line something was kneeling, and it turned up, and it stood up, and it turned, and it looked at us. And I tell you what, I felt so unbelievably calm though, but it looked like a woman in like an 1800s dress.
Yeah.
Like it was very white, it was very like kind of like smoky, and it scared the shit out of me though. And you bet your ass we both booked it back into the house, and he was losing his mind, but he also was like terrified of automatic car washes, so you can't really judge his reaction. So we ran back inside, like because it stopped us in our track. Like,
and both of you
seeing
saw
this
it. Like
thing.
that's the thing too. Literally,
Yeah,
that
we
both
both
of you
saw it.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, we went inside. He's like, "Did you see that? What was that?" And I was like, oh, it was a trick. It was a deer.
Right.
It clearly wasn't a deer, but I knew he was like not gonna sleep well unless I pretended it was something else.
Yeah.
But it was very interesting, and the other interesting part about it is allegedly that plot of land in his grandparents' house used to be part of the Underground Railroad.
Mm. I said there's a
And
lot
it
of
was just
history, like where I mean, in that New England area, there's a lot of very
well,
bloody
yeah,
history in that
yeah,
whole
and this was
area.
in Maryland too.
Yeah.
So definitely the Maryland Virginia line, all that stuff was very, very like bad back then. Um, so and yeah, and like I said, as far as ghosts, like I don't know where I stand, but I know what I saw, and it
Right.
was a full figure that went from kneeling to turning and standing and looking at us. And I don't know. Could really have just been some fog that picked up in the moonlight properly.
Yeah.
It was like I said though. I felt. I mean, I only felt scared because like oh, like it was like jarring. But as
Right.
far as like actually being scared, it was calming. It wasn't like I didn't feel an evil presence or like a
Right.
bad presence or anything. And I'm definitely one on vibes. Like you
Yeah.
know, like you walk, you're like there's bad vibes here. Yeah, no, but it was pretty chill. Other than that, it
Interesting.
was yeah. So that's the only one that I have.
Yeah, so I don't have a ghost story. But see, and that like and I do have a story. But like that type of story, it's like you tell me that and I have no reason not to believe you. But it's
Yeah.
like if a stranger says something and you're like, "Yeah, that's stupid." Like why is it that we choose who we accredit like belief to just because we've never met them, or I don't, I always find that weird that it's like
Yeah.
there's 1,000 million people that have said they saw a UFO or a ghost or whatever, and we're like, yeah, they're all making it up. But then your buddy Tom says, "Oh man, I was outside the other night and I saw a ghost." You're like, "Fuck, really? Wow,
Yeah.
you saw a ghost? That's cool." Oh, there's other people? No, they're all shitheads. Nobody believes them, but I'm going to believe you. That's what I find is weird, is that we can't just give people like the benefit of the doubt for like at least, or at least say, I guess in the like the non-condescending like you know, I believe you way is like I believe that you believe what happened.
Yeah.
Like even that, but people are
Yeah.
like, nah, those people are crazy. They're making shit up. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't understand that. But let me read these before I forget. Then I'll tell you my story. Shlako had something.
Okay.
You and your cousin saw a huge flying thing in the sky when we were younger. Like it was flying low and no lights or engine noise. No idea what it was. Just say the stars got blacked out when it flew. Oh, so it's like like you could tell the sky got. You could tell something was there because you couldn't see the stars. That it was like a black object moving above you and you couldn't see anything past it, which is also very common. Like they say that about giant, like
Yeah.
the like the big giant boomerang shaped things, the triangle craft that are like big enough to block out the sky. If I was a Civil War ghost, I'd go to reenactments to screw with people. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So my story, and it's funny because my mother told me this again last night. We got to talking about weird shit, and she brought it up again that her mother. So when my grandmother was a child, so like early 1900s ish, maybe, that she remembers this story of like, and I mean like not story, but like they were there, but like she apparently, as my grandmother, once she got older, she had told my mother and my mom's sisters and such, but like so early 1900s ish, that they had a pig farm and they heard like this noise outside, and and it was like dusk, like it wasn't pitch black dark, but it was like it was late, and so like they heard this noise outside, and so they went out to go see what it was, and they said that like there was a big hill like where they lived, and like a hill, like not a mountain, but not like a hill, but like a hill. And like they saw this thing walking down the hill, and it walked up and reached down and picked up a pig with one arm and walked off with it.
Oh no.
And they said that all they could tell was that it was 8 feet tall and covered in dark fur, and that it looked at
Oh.
them and reached down and picked up a pig and walked off. And and so like that, it's like, why would they make that up? Like, there's no reason for them to make that up at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's like it's not in a book. Like, there is no TV show. They didn't make money from a story like that. Like, there's
Yeah.
it's like this yeah, but and it's weird. Like, and also Bigfoot likes pigs apparently, which is weird. But
Well, my first guess was a black bear or something, because bears can look kind of human when they're
Right.
when they're standing.
that's true.
But yeah.
But like, and because people they say that too. It's like, well, maybe it was a bear. That it's like, not that particular story, but like other Bigfoot stories and stuff. People are like, well, a bear can walk on its
Oh,
back
yeah,
feet,
yeah.
and it's like, yeah, they can't walk that far. Like, they don't just walk that way. Like, they look, that's a whole other thing. Like, the Bigfoot thing is really, I watched it. I was in a documentary mood the other weekend and was watching UFO docs and Bigfoot docs and all this stuff, and that they broke. I don't know what your stance is on Bigfoot. Are you a yes or no on Bigfoot? Are you on the fence, or are you like some people are? It's like it's a maybe, but sometimes people are like a hard no.
I don't think I don't know if I have an opinion, to be honest. I'm not
That's
opposed to it, but I think in the case, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've not done enough research
Yeah.
on them.
A bit more
But it's like,
ambivalent.
yeah, but it's like the ocean. Like, like Tubby had said earlier, we're still finding new like
Yeah,
species
discovering
of
new species
bird.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
We even
and
found,
have
like,
no
we
idea
found a
what's at the
monkey.
bottom of the ocean.
Like 3 years ago, they discovered a brand new like chimp, like a variety of chimp, and like, we found everything. I'm like, dude, a chimp's a big animal. Like, you didn't know
Yeah.
they existed. Whatever this thing is that you
And-
just realized you found.
Yeah. And if you consider evolution, there's bound to have been a branch that is human monkey, right?
Right.
Which would be Bigfoot, basically.
Yeah, they were touching. I think I don't know that I fully fall into that. There is a category that because there is a thing. There is a Gigantopithecus, which
Yeah.
existed. Like, it was a big thing, and a lot of people are kind of in that group that it's like, well, it's a throwback. Like, it's just something that survived, and I don't know. Like, I'm not really sure where I fall on that part, but they did break down one of the fun facts that I've heard, and I don't know if this is an analogy. I don't know if it's actually a fact, but what I heard was that the number two, or the two most researched films in history is the Zapruder film where JFK got shot, is number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two is the Patterson-Gimlin film Bigfoot from the 70s, or from 67. That those two are the top most researched films in history.
Is that the one where like Bigfoot walks by and he kind of like gives a nod to the
Yeah.
camera and keeps going?
Like, it's walking and
See,
it's like,
I don't believe that though.
see, and that's the thing, like, because you watch it and you're like, that's kind of weird, right? But like, they
Yeah.
go into detail and they break all this stuff down, and they're like, which they make, again, they make mind-boggling points about it, that they're like, you can't walk this way. Like, a person can't do this. And like, scientists have figured this shit out, and like, the kineticists, whatever they're called,
Kinesiologist.
yeah, that they're like, a person can't do this. Like, you can't walk this way. No one, because it's like, it was a dude in a suit. Like, a guy came out and said this like 10 years ago, that he's like, Bob Hieronymus. He was like, I was the guy in the film. And they're like, no, you weren't. You're like 5'10". This, like, you're not big enough. And he's like, oh, I wore pads and I wore this and whatever. And it's like, and he was also blind, or he was missing an eye. That was the thing I didn't know either. That the dude had a glass eye, and said he had like a football helmet on with a hood, and they blocked one eye, and he could only see out of one eye. and the mask was like, this far away from his eyeball. And so he's like, you're going to tell me that a 5'10" guy was wearing enough padding to make him look like he was a size 56, whatever,
Yeah.
to make him look like he weighed 600 pounds
Yeah.
with one eye, no depth perception, one eye looking out of a mask, and walked through this rocky terrain without,
right.
when I can't walk down the street without tripping over a crack in the sidewalk, that this
Yeah.
dude walked through the woods, and
But it's only like a stretch of footage though. Like it's
Right.
not like it followed him. It's only like you can rehearse that several times.
It's true. I mean, that is true. I think they do. But I think that's the thing is like I don't think you see the rest. Like I think there was other. Well, that particular part they said that somebody called them radio whatever. They got in touch with them and they're like, hey, I know what you're looking for, and I've seen it in this area, but we need to go now. And like this person picked them up in like a plane or helicopter, not a helicopter, like a plane, whatever, and flew them out there into the area. And they were riding into this valley, and they were on horseback, and like that's why the film starts all fucked up, because the horse saw it and threw the guy, and like he was fumbling to try to get his camera, so he's like, and the other thing is like those like 8mm cameras, like they would only film like 5 minutes at a time or something anyway.
Yeah.
But like when you, it's funny because you see it from one side when it's like, that's a dude in a suit, and then you listen to all these people, they're like, human legs don't bend this way, human arms don't bend this way, like the way that this thing walks, like there's no way that a person can do that. And like they estimate, I guess they went out there and they're like, this is where this happened, because they know exactly where it was. So they're like, this is where it was.
Yeah.
This is how tall this tree is. This is, like they work out the math, and I think they came up with like it would have been 7'8" or something like that, and that they estimated it like it had to weigh between 600 and 800 pounds or something, and but they're like, there's no way that a person could do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those, I just think it's fascinating because like,
No, for sure.
and like those are stories that have been around for thousands of years. Like it's not 1967 Bigfoot exists. It was like 2,000 years ago Native American Indians are talking about Bigfoot that lives in the woods, and they are aware of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that are like crazy like that. Like you think, when the conspiracy theories about the pyramids or Stonehenge or all that jazz, like how, and some of the technologies they had back in like ancient Greek times, how did they have all this? And I don't know. It is all, but someone will invent time travel one day.
Yeah, I know we've kind of segued really hard on that. That's another. Yeah, the time travel thing is really confusing because they say, and it's one of those things like it makes me do this to my brain, because they're like, if we have time travel, we've already invented it. Like,
yeah,
there's the moment time travel exists,
we've always had it.
Like it always has existed. Yeah, like it's one of those, like, I can't really wrap my brain around that part, that it's like the moment they've invented it, we already know, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's but yeah, that's a whole other thing that's very, very strange. What have we forgotten? See, that's where I started talking about stuff like that, and I love talking about it forever.
Oh, it's okay. It's all very fascinating.
Oh, and Antio was asking about the black-eyed kids. Have you heard about? We'll talk about the black-eyed kids. Have you heard about the black-eyed kids?
No, I've not. I've never in my life. Tubby says they're real scary.
Yeah.
Well, they've all said they're real scary.
Yeah, the black-eyed kids is really scary shit. That it's like, it's been fairly recent. Like I think it's one of those things, like it's not like a brand new thing, but I think it's just happened more recently, I guess, that these people, like these kids will come up to people like in the middle of nowhere, like at their car or in their house, like they'll come knock on their door, and they said that they just have this really bad feeling about them. Like they'll open the door and look at them, and they like it's one of those, like they say they it's not it's maybe that they don't, or they're not able to see their eyes, like for whatever reason, like it's very very dark and shadowed where you can't see their eyes, or
Uh-huh.
that they have solid black eyes,
Huh.
and that they're terrifying, but they are usually that they look out of place, like their clothing is out of place, like they're either not from the right time, or they're, like they just don't look like they fit where they're at, and that they usually are asking to come in, like they want you to invite them into whatever, like wherever you are, or to
Yeah, no
like
thanks.
give them a ride. They're like, can you take us home? Can
Excuse
you,
me. Uh-huh.
like they want to get in the car. They want to, yeah, it's, the stories are really, really creepy about
Are
that
they like a
stuff.
sign of bad luck or something?
Well, nobody really, I think it's one of those, nobody has really tried to attribute it to like, is it a ghost or is it a demon? Is it like, is it a thing? Is it a unique item all of its own? I think it's one of those. I think that's still kind of up in the air as to where they want to try to categorize them, I guess. But most everybody has said like it's just very, very unsettling. Like you're automatically
unsettling.
terrified. Like when you see them, like you
Yeah.
just feel this is wrong, and like they're very persuasive about trying to get you to let them in, and it's always that, like like they won't just force their way into your house or something. It's like you have to invite them to do things or something.
Yeah.
But
Well, now you know not to let him in, Shalako.
yeah, if you ever have any black-eyed kids come to your door,
You know about the Mothman?
yeah. Oh, that's up in your area.
Yeah, the same ex-boyfriend. He was a real gem, and not maybe not a good one. He believed in Mothman, and we were like I said, his grandparents lived out in like no in the BFE,
Mm-hmm.
and we were driving like into town to go to dinner, and it was nighttime, and we were driving through like cornfields. He's like, oh, we're just gonna see Mothman's red eyes out here. I know it. He's just gonna show up in the middle of the road. I know it. I was like, and the best part about it is his parents are like the most chill people.
Right.
So I don't know how they had like this neurotic son. Um, like
You could
like
say
I'm
the same
down
about
with,
me.
like,
You would be like, your
no, no,
parents are
no.
normal. Like, how did you
Well,
become this?
it's one thing to like believe in aliens and like you have your conspiracy theories, but it's a whole other thing to like just driving along and being like
And
like not being able to focus in the vehicle because you're worried about a guy with wings coming out of the and his parents were obviously like, yeah, that's our son, like
right.
what?
That's our boy.
Yeah, no, they were the best, but I mean he wasn't terrible, but sometimes I look back and I'm like, yeah, what the hell, like
Yeah, like
Mothman.
I've never had one of those moments. Like I've never been in the woods and be like, you guys need to watch out for Bigfoot,
Yeah, right.
or like there's probably
Like,
aliens
yo.
in the sky. Like I've never been that uncomfortable friend where you're like, can we not invite him next time we go anywhere? Like
Yeah.
it's mostly for conversation for me, but
Yeah, yeah.
like yeah, I've never been petrified driving at night being like, I'm gonna get abducted. I will
But
tell
I
people
will
though, I'm like, if I go on a date and we're in the dark, I'll be like, I just want you to know, like, I don't know you, but just to let you know, if there's an alien ship, if there's a UFO that lands, I'm going to get out and go in it.
Flitz, you just unlocked another memory of mine. And
Good.
that he thought he had been abducted. Oh my God, Alexis. What even am I? Like, oh, I'd push this down. So we woke up one morning but he might have been fucking with me though, in all fairness. He had some long cons. But
Right.
one morning he wakes up and he's like, I had this really weird dream that I was abducted last night. Was I like talking in my sleep or was I rowdy or anything? I was like, hell if I know. I was knocked out.
Right.
I used to sleep a lot better back then. But so we wake up though and he had like under his pectorials,
Mhm.
like on his like where his belly would meet like his pecs, he had like two weird spots on his body though. Like
Yeah.
he straight up did, and I don't recall seeing them like the day before.
Right.
And he was like, "Yeah, I had this dream that like I was drilled in my like chestal regions and some other things that I don't remember, but I just remember that specific part because of those dots. They were there for like ever. Like it took
That's
some
interesting.
cream that but it took cream that his like
Right.
grandmother in Mexico had to get rid of it. But like I don't know if maybe they were like something that I just hadn't noticed previously until he pointed them out because
Like maybe he had a
or like I hadn't
ringworm.
thought anything and he was just fucking with me because
Right.
he would do that. He would subtly do that, but that's a long con if he was.
Yeah. That's
But
like a
yeah,
mild form of gaslighting, I feel like.
I think some long-term jokes are kind of funny because I would just look at him and be like, "You're," because he would bring it up casually. He'd be like, "Yeah, I was abducted," and I'd be like, "You're a shithead. Like, what are you
Like, you
on
remember that
about?"
time I got abducted by aliens and I had those dots
Yeah,
in my chest?
yeah.
And you're
But
like,
like, no, you're so bananas. But I mean, he was planted there by the aliens just for me. Oh, I was
see?
very lucky.
Yeah, the Mothman thing,
No.
I don't, that's another one. Like, I mean, I don't think, I don't believe that there are current Mothman sightings. Like, I don't disbelieve the Mothman story. I think that it probably was an omen. Like, I definitely believe that people saw something, that it seemed that it was there for one reason. Like, because I think it was like the, what was it, the like the white something bridge, Mount Pleasant, I think it was, on a
Uh-huh.
bridge that collapsed and killed like 100 people or something. And I think it showed up like one other time. Like for that story, I think it was like two different sightings. Like, and they would briefly see it
Yeah.
around, but then it was like very shockingly like people saw it that day. And I think it was like one other time after that. But like, yeah, I don't really think that was like, I don't think that's like a Bigfoot thing. I don't think it's out there existing. I think that was more of like a,
Like
whatever
a
it was there
yeah.
for only its period
I
of
would
time.
shit my pants
If you
straight up.
saw a Mothman, yeah, like that would
Straight
be.
up.
I mean, I feel like seeing a Bigfoot would be easier than seeing a giant
It
Mothman.
absolutely would.
So you're like, oh, it's a big
Yeah,
monkey man, versus, oh,
yeah,
it's a moth guy.
man, thing. Yeah, I a few months ago in the woods, or I was driving home, and I was driving through some back roads to get to the highway, and I was on a street lined with trees, and speed limit's like 35 or something, whatever. I was in the car with someone, and we were both like, "What the hell was that?" Because it was something. I'm saying it was a baby bear
Yeah,
because, and this isn't like conspiracy theory me, but honestly, it looked like a person, like a naked person
yeah,
that was like crouched on the side of the road and then just like jumped in the bushes as we drove by. I still can like see it vividly in my head, but I can't like piece together what it was. That made me think of the Mothman, but it wasn't the Mothman. Like it had
right.
to have just been a baby bear,
Or a
right?
naked
At least,
person.
or a naked person. Yeah,
That was
honestly.
like that was another X Files episode too. Like the idea that there were feral people like living in the woods. Like,
Oh yeah,
I mean,
I've
because
seen
we do
something else like
have
that.
like we have tribes. I mean, there are tribes of people that live that no one knows about. Like there are, that is a real thing. But it's like you don't think of, are there people living like that in America that no one has
Yeah,
found? You know, like
that's
there
true.
could be, there very well could be
There-
people living in the middle of
Yeah,
like the, you know, especially like the Pacific Northwest or something, and you know,
yeah.
it's the middle of nowhere. Like there could be people living in the woods like 2 miles away, and no one would know. No one goes in there.
Scary thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that, yeah, it could have been a baby bear or a naked man.
Yeah.
Either way,
Yeah. Yeah.
um,
It's yeah.
yeah, it's the we don't really have like a. I don't think we really have anything in Oklahoma for like things like there are Bigfoot sightings here though.
I did not know he was hanging out in Oklahoma.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I find. I always say it, I find fascinating. I use that phrase too much. That it's one of those things like it's all over the world. Like there's an Australian Bigfoot
Oh,
called the Yowie, and
the
the
Yowie.
Yowie, and they believe it's pot-bellied. because it's a vegetarian and it only
Okay.
so it for what somebody explained that one time and I was like, oh, okay, I don't physiology
Right?
thing, that it was a
Yeah.
very heavy plant-based diet and so it becomes very pot-bellied. And the Florida skunk ape, yeah, that Warpoli is pointing out, the Florida skunk ape is another Bigfoot creature. There's Bigfoot sighted here. There's the abominable snowman, the Yeti, that lives in the
Oh yeah.
Himalayas. There's a Russian wild man. There's
Did you ever watch oh man, Josh Gates was the host. And
Josh.
Josh
I love
Gates is
Josh
the
Gates.
man. Yeah.
He's
I got to
amazing.
meet him.
Is he
He's
ridiculously tall? He seems like he is.
no, well, I don't think so. I'm like 5'8", and if I had to
Okay.
guess, he was probably like 5'10", 5'11". Yeah, he does look taller than you think.
Okay. Yeah, he looks like he's like 6'5" and like solid like 280 of
Yeah.
like
Oh,
man.
he was a big guy. Yeah.
Huh. Okay. I
I
always
have to
picture
see
him
if
as
I can
being
find
taller.
the picture.
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean,
his.
that's not. Yeah, that's really interesting. Like he definitely comes off like, but he's always in countries where people are typically small, though.
Yeah,
think.
I think that's a big part of
That's
it.
what it
Yeah. What a dream job he has, though.
Oh my
Like,
God. Yeah.
what an incredible. For those of you who aren't familiar with Josh Gates, he's the host of what's the show
He did.
called?
He's done multiple shows. Like there was. I always forget the name of the show too, but he basically goes on adventures to other parts of the world,
Destination Truth.
and he goes to look for like he looks up like local mysteries or like ancient like folklore stuff like Atlantis or like the lost city of gold in Mexico, like whatever else, like one
He
of them
does
is like a sword, like this ancient sword in Japan that was
Yeah.
like killed like 1 million people or something. I don't know,
Yeah,
weird
like
things.
half the episode is usually dedicated to like a mythical thing, and the other half is dedicated to like a supernatural kind of thing. That was Destination Truth. I haven't seen. Well, I didn't. I met him at a book signing, so like it was in LA, but it wasn't like I casually ran into him somewhere.
That still counts because I meet
Yeah.
people at conventions and I'm like, yeah, I met
Apparently,
so-and-so.
he's 6'2" according to Google.
6'2".
But
Okay.
he did not. I have to find
So
the picture. I don't
probably,
remember
yeah,
him being
probably
that
closer
tall.
to 6. If Google says
Yeah.
6'2", that everybody lies. So
Oh
he's
yeah,
probably
they're all
closer,
way
like-
shorter than you think
Yeah.
they are in person.
Like Tom Cruise is literally like 5'4".
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Josh Gates, like I remember when I lived in LA, I would tweet at him like every day, "Do you need an intern? You don't have to pay me. I will just like please let me come with you."
Right.
And he's cool. Like he's genuinely just a cool dude too. Like he's not like a douche.
He seems like he would be a lot of fun to hang out with.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, him and Zach Bagans need to do something together. Why haven't they done anything together?
Because
I-
Zach Bagans
I
is
would-
fucking neurotic and
No, man,
psychotic.
No, I love him to pieces.
I think
like,
it's probably the steroids that probably make him crazy.
yeah, no, I don't. Oh my god, I'm terrified of this. I once back in the day drunk tweeted. I was like, "Your body does weird things to me." Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. But like, no, I don't think he. Oh, they died. Josh and Ghost Hunters. Oh, but no, he's got to do Ghost Adventures. But Zach, I don't think does the roids anymore. He's not as big as he used to be, and he got his teeth fixed, so he's like a whole new person
whole
now.
new
But
person.
he's still batshit crazy.
I remember the thing
Oh.
like, because somebody told me about it one time and I started watching it and I was like, that it is the most entertaining thing because it's like, what? What was that? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Don't you fucking mess with me. It's like,
But was
are
it-
you threatening the ghosts?
yeah, I
Which
know.
is hilarious.
I think wasn't Ghost Hunters like didn't they debunk a lot of Ghost Hunters to say that it wasn't true? Like I feel like a lot of people came out. So I have two stories about that. Sorry to be so dominating right now.
No, this is
Um,
this is all you. This is your show.
Ghost Hunters, I read had a lot of people come out and saying that it wasn't true.
Right.
My stepdad had a friend who was a cameraman on one of the ghost shows, but he was within his NDA, so he couldn't talk about what show he worked for. He said and it's one of those things. My stepdad has no reason to lie to me, and he
Right.
said his friend had no reason to lie to him. He's like, I would never shoot for a ghost show again. He's like, that was the most terrifying thing I've ever done. He's like, people think it's fake. He's like, I don't know what happened.
Huh.
I will never do it again. So like whatever show that guy worked on, said he was like absolutely terrified. Because I've done my research, because I've actually never seen I think Ghost Hunters and Josh probably got together because they were on the same network and channel,
Right,
like
right.
Discovery. Ghost Adventures is on like, well, they're on Discovery Plus now, so I don't know. But anyway, but Ghost Adventures I've looked into because of my weird fascination with it, and everything I've seen about it says that it's true, like that
Yeah.
it's just that they actually are like legit guys, and that they don't falsify things. But I actually, now that you say that, Subs, I vaguely remember that Ghost Hunters thing, because I do remember their lives. But I remember reading that a lot of stuff that they did was fabricated.
There was something I remember, because I remember seeing it in the show, and I'm like, that's unbelievable that it was like this thing with the Zach show, that there was like this thing.
Yeah.
It was like a hand, like you could see a shadow of a hand like reach around like near
I
them.
think I know what episode you're talking about.
And they came out and said that was totally made up. Like I saw something about that. They're like, that absolutely was not real.
It was a shadow. They're really good at. I really like Ghost Adventures because they actively debunk in their own episodes stuff that's not true. And I think they've also come out and like been like, hey, this isn't accurate.
Yeah.
But I've talked about this on my channel before. They have this camera. I can never remember what it's called, but it's honestly, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. I drew up on a postcard here what it looks like. Post-it note. I don't know if you'll be able to see that.
Okay.
So basically, say that there's a camera on me, and suddenly this stick figure shows up. It's supposed to be capturing like a ghost person.
Right.
Like they're like, and like you'll see them moving. There was one episode where they had it showing like up and down a staircase, and there was this thing just like pacing up and down the staircase. And whenever they pull this camera out, this one just really gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like,
yeah.
Like I've said, I'm not sure where I stand on all that, but like seeing this appear, and like the arms and legs, like they move, right? Like it's like it'll move depending on what's there.
Yeah.
That straight up just. Ugh.
See, you need to watch Sir No Face.
Oh yeah.
Since you like the
I've
ghost
written
thing.
down a few things.
Yeah, the Sir No, because I need to go back and watch it actually, because like I'm curious about the ghost hunt, and that was really weird because it's like the only, I'm probably the only one like it was the Australian government contracted them to do this, which adds some type of legitimacy that they're like, that obviously something was weird enough for the government to be like, hey, we think there's a ghost in this place. Can you guys go look into this?
Yeah.
For like 2 years. And but then it like apparently it turns out, big surprise, that the government screws them and like doesn't pay them for anything or something. Yeah.
What? That doesn't sound like something that would happen.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Weird.
The ghost part of it, I do kind of want to watch, but I'm like, like I said though, when you watch part 2, like it's because ghost hunting shows, like you know, especially if you watch them, like what's going to happen is they're going to be in a room, they're going to be like, what? What? What?
Was that you?
And then 2 hours later, you're going to be like, here's what we found. Like the very end, they're going to be like, we just got something on film, and this is unbelievable. And like that, they show you that in the second one. So I'm like, I don't really need to see the build up to it because I already know. But like, I do kind of want to watch it.
And another thing is like, is there ever something where you like? I don't think there's been an episode of Ghost Hunters where nothing's happened.
Right.
Like that's as much as I do love those shows. There's got to be something where like just.
Yeah, where you go spend a night somewhere and you're like, nothing happened at all. Like,
yeah,
there's literally.
I'm actually gonna Google that.
Has there been a show where nothing happened? They probably made something up.
Has there been an episode of?
Those are the ones where Zach goes crazy and attacks his friends because he's possessed.
Oh. He's just the funniest. human being ever.
I think what I was gonna say, I think the weirdest thing was like I saw the thing about his eyesight, like something, like he got possessed and it fucked with his eyes, and like now he wears glasses. I'm like,
Yeah.
is that real, or is that just because you got old and you can't see very well anymore that you got
Does
glasses?
he wear? Oh, I don't know. Has he worn glasses in the last? I don't even know, to be honest. I haven't even noticed the glasses.
There was something, yeah, there was something about something happened. I think it was like he was, I don't know, he was possessed or something, and it messed with his eyes.
I mean, that sounds like
And
something
now it's
he would.
yeah, and then he couldn't see for like 2 weeks, but now he wears
He has
glasses.
a museum in Vegas.
Mm.
That's like Zach Bagans' museum of. He's got like haunted items. This man is obviously very. I follow him on Instagram, and he's also just funny.
Yeah,
Like on Twitter and Instagram, and he's like, not only is he like just funny because of all the ghost shit, but he's just a funny dude. And but he has this museum that has like that Dubiak box or whatever.
yeah, the
like,
Dybbuk boxes,
yeah,
that have
that haunted Post Malone.
Dybbuk boxes
Or
are locked boxes that contain demons. For those of you that don't know what a Dybbuk box is,
yeah, and you can't like touch it or open it or something.
yeah, it's like a cursed item that has a demon inside of it.
Yeah, and he's got one of those. He's got like the original Annabelle doll, and he's got Jeffrey Dahmer's car or van or one of serial. Like it's just all like
Jeffrey
bad
Dahmer's
juju
fork.
stuff.
It's fork and knife set.
Yeah, maybe it
Steak
wasn't Jeffrey
knife.
Dahmer. It's
Got
but
Jeffrey
he
Dahmer's steak
buys like all
knife.
that stuff, and he puts it in this museum, and people, and like you have to sign like a waiver before you go in. It just seems, I don't know about that. That place just sounds like bad
Yeah,
vibes.
that's like asking for trouble. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got Dahmer's refrigerator.
He might. Hold on, let me see what's actually in there, because oops, like what does the website say that he has, like the big stuff? The Devil's Rocking Chair. Oh, Jack's van. Oh, this van. Whose van is this? Who's Jack's van? This is just the picture. Over 30 rooms. Okay, well, I don't know whose van. Jack. Who is Jack?
Jack,
Jack's van.
a van, like a van, like
Yeah, like a van.
Jack.
Jack Kevorkian. That's who it is.
Oh,
Dr. Kevorkian.
his murder suicide van. Okay.
Yes, he has
Yeah, I was
that
like
in
Jack Ruby.
there.
Did Jack Ruby drive a van before he shot Oswald, or like who?
Yeah, what? So many Jacks. But yeah, it all just seems, I don't know, like you said, like a bad. That dude is either possessed AF, believes in nothing, or a super strong faith in a serious set of warning symbols. I know. He's just a funny man. That's all I can say. He's just so funny. I don't know.
I mean,
cracks
he is
me up.
entertaining. Like I do find myself making fun of him a lot, just because he's either, it's one of those, like, either he's overacting like on purpose, like he's a YouTuber overacting and like being what's the word, I don't remember I can't think of the word now. Like he's just overacting or hyperbolic. I think that's the word.
Oh yeah. I think it's a little bit of like what Antior said, like all of it combined.
Right.
All of it combined.
Yeah, it's like I makes me wonder what is he like as an actual person? Like, is he that way, or does he like overact?
Is he that intense?
Yeah, or is it just
I haven't
like,
meant to talk about him so much. He's just I can't say anything other than he's just funny. But we've been talking a lot about supernatural and paranormal and aliens, so he's in that realm. So.
Yeah, no, it ties in. It ties in for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so we'll segue. Do you, you said you don't, well, we talked briefly about movies. Do you, like, you watch a lot of ghost stuff? Do you watch horror movies, or what is your go-to genre of movie entertainment?
I've not really been interested in the horror genre. Not because I'm really scared by them or anything, or they creep me out. It just, when I want to watch a movie, I want to watch something mindless and stupid.
Okay.
So I typically will just throw on like a comedy or even a movie that I've seen before. It's kind of like a comfort thing. Um,
So
I'm
you're not
not,
into like watching girly movies and crying, like romance movies and bawling your eyes out.
no, I've never seen The Notebook, and I plan to keep it that way.
I
I
haven't
am
seen that
not
either, actually.
a rom-com fan. I mean, I like a good rom-com, I guess. Like I love The Holiday.
Hmm.
Um, what other rom-coms? 50 First Dates. I don't know, like the classics that, well, I mean, like I said, I've never seen The Notebook, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
You'd
but
enjoy
yeah, no,
Roadhouse. Roadhouse is a great love story.
really I do. I mean, I just love a good
Roadhouse.
movie, and living in LA really ruined me for a lot of m- movies too.
Yeah.
Um, because I everyone around me was in the industry, and so I got to see a lot of like behind, like what happens behind the cameras.
Mm.
Like I can hear when there's ADR in a film, and that drives me absolutely up the wall. Or like I can like, oh, that shot was weird. Oh, why'd they cut here? Like my
Yeah.
brain just doesn't. So when I want to watch a movie, I just have to put on something stupid.
Yeah.
So
So
I
we
don't,
didn't talk about
unless,
that. Like, what was your time in L.A.? Was it like for a what? Did you just happen to live there? Was it like a choice that you went to L.A. for a thing, or
yeah. So my ex boyfriend had lived there at the time, and I lived in Maryland, and we were doing long distance, and it was like, where would be more? He wanted to be an actor. You can't do that in Maryland, so it was
mm,
like that'd be a lot of fun to live in LA,
yeah,
and it was. It was. I like people talk shit about LA. I had the best time though. It was. I was what I was like. I lived there for between like 19 and 23, and it
mm,
was just maybe 22. I don't know, but it was just a lot of fun, and it was great. Like everyone around me, like I said, was in the industry in one way or the other, trying to be an actor, trying to be a director, writer, etc. A lot of random celebrity sightings and stuff that
yeah,
didn't really get me, so I was kind of an outsider in terms of that, because I wasn't there to be an actor. I was just there to like live and have a good time.
right,
But people, it felt, because everyone was young and broke, and there's a
right,
bond that happens when you're young and broke, and we all understood that, and it was like an unspoken thing. And we'd go out and you'd buy drinks, and we were like, we have to stop at 2 because we can't afford it anymore. And
right,
it was just, it was very freeing. And it is the fact that it's LA. Like you have no idea what the hell's gonna happen. Like, I got to go to see movie screenings at the Warner Brothers backlot, which is incredible. I worked at Halloween Horror Nights, which was the best job I've ever had
is that at
physically.
Universal?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, okay,
yeah, so much fun. And I scared the shit out of Brendan Urie of Panic at the Disco. Like, who gets to do that, right?
right,
Like, it was so fun. And yeah, I have nothing but and the funny thing is I feel like like in retrospect I spent so much more time with my friends,
yeah,
um and I'm not upset about that either. Like it was just genuinely a great time, and especially at that age. Like now I probably couldn't handle it because I feel like I found the rare few gems who might have been in the industry who were genuine people, but my ex was going to film school, so there were definitely like the you know
pretentious
suck
pricks.
ups. Yes, the pretentious, but one of his friends came from a super wealthy family in Beverly Hills, which that was a whole other world. We got to go to
Mm,
like one of his friends owned a Johnny Rocket, so we got to like go after hours and like make milkshakes and burgers and stuff, which
right,
what like, and he had a Range Rover, so we got to drive down Santa Monica Boulevard in this Range Rover with the roof down. Like it's just things that were ridiculous that I never in a million years thought that I would have the chance to do.
yeah,
um so yeah, it was a great time. I have nothing. If I could do it again, I would.
yeah. It it's funny. Like I've thought back on like that era. Like I feel like 19 to 22 ish, like when you're kind of an adult but not really, and you have no money but just enough money. Like
Yeah.
I think back on that time, like I feel like I had a much better life. Like everything
Yeah.
was like you didn't have as much
Simple.
stress and worries. It's like, you could barely survive, but you just had so much fun. I don't know, like
Yeah.
I've thought about that a lot recently, that it's like I look back and I'm like those were very fond times when you have nothing except like your
Yeah.
friends, and
Yep.
you just have great time just because. And but yeah, like doing that in LA, like I can't imagine. I did
Yeah.
that
I'll
in
never.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I mean, but hey, like my favorite was gas was $5 one time. Like
Jesus.
gas got up to $5,
Yeah.
and so in LA, something can be 3 miles away, but it takes you an hour to get there. Just
Right.
traffic was bananas, unless you knew the back roads and all that jazz. But anyway, so once gas got up to $5, our friend would be like, "Well, I'll see you in like 2 weeks when gas drops, maybe like 50 cents." Like we had to budget our gas so that way we could hang out. Um, or I'd have to go to work and I'd have to Hollywood Boulevard would be shut down.
Mm.
And I had to go that way to get to work because they were doing a shoot or they were doing something, and I'd have to call my boss and be like, "I'm sorry, they're having a Michael Jackson tribute right now.
Right.
I'm gonna be late." Like yeah,
I couldn't.
it was definitely wild. But I mean, yeah, I think anywhere that you are, oh, for warpling, now is the days. Well, I feel like I peaked in 1922, and
I had my time. It's over. It's all done
yep,
now.
yep,
Yeah. It's I no. I think there. I think it's just something. It's like that simplicity of like you don't have enough money to like, and I know people like don't always have everything that they want, but it's like, you kind of get to a certain age where if you're an average adult that is taking care of yourself, like you kind of find that point where it's like you're managing your life, you spend money on things that you want to do, and so then it's kind of like you're very self-sufficient in like your own entertainment and like having things. And
hmm
but like when you're young, it's like you don't really have disposable income. It's like you were
yeah,
saying, like you go out and you're like, I can buy 2 drinks tonight and that's it.
yeah,
Or it's like I have $20 in my pocket, I can pay $5 to get in a club, and then I can buy 2 drinks, or I can do this, or what, I can buy a drink and then I can go buy a cheeseburger. Like you have to
yep,
work all that out, and it's
yep,
where like you get older and you're a little more established and like you worry about money, but then you're still like, yeah, it's fine, like I can do this. And then you're like, you get home and you're like, god damn it, like why did I spend that much money?
yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like I didn't care back then, but now I'm like, oh my god, I can't do that. I can't just. Yeah, that's really yeah.
But it's,
Yep.
yeah, there's something, I don't know, something about having a more simple life, and like, because a lot of it just definitely seems like it's more focused on, because all your friends don't have money either, so like everybody
Yeah.
just has to hang out, and like you have fun together because like everybody's broke and you just do
Yep.
things and enjoy life. And it's like now
And a lot, yeah.
it's just
And
different. I don't know.
a lot of us were living away from home for the first time and young and just feeling free and yeah. Yeah, it's all yeah.
So that's
It
my
was good.
nostalgia when you say that, 19 to 22. I'm like, yep, I remember those
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And now it sucks. Not really, it doesn't
Yeah.
suck. I have,
Yeah, no, it
like that's the
doesn't.
thing. It's like I have a great life. Like everything is fine, but it's like there are times I think it's the money, because it's like if I had no money, I feel like I'd probably be happier, because
Yeah.
I wouldn't constantly be like, I should buy this, or I want to buy this, I want a new thing, I want to what it's like back then. It's like, can I make rent?
Yeah.
And maybe can I hang out with my friends? And then like that's your life, as you play video games, and everybody like puts their money together to buy cigarettes or something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it
To
was
buy a
so
bottle of
different.
vodka.
Right. It
Yeah.
was so different. um
Yeah.
but like what was I gonna ask you? So we talked about movies, we talked about what did I? There was something I was thinking of, and I totally forgot what it was now. We talked about your favorite games. Food. What is your favorite food? If you had a go-to
Oh.
food, not you don't have to pick a favorite, but like, what is your go-to? What does what does Alexis wake up and be like? You know what I'd love to have today?
I would
This.
say my favorite genre of food is typically Mexican. I love like all things Mexican food.
Was it better in L.A.?
Yes. Okay. New England is very white.
Right. Yeah.
So to find good Mexican here is impossible.
Yeah.
But yes, I've had some of the best Mexican in the States on the West Coast.
Yeah.
But I make pretty good Mexican dishes, I think. I love Asian food too. But I got to, I lived in Japan for a few months. So
Really?
yeah, it's very different for me in that realm.
I was thinking about visiting Japan.
Do it.
You think so? Even-
Oh, absolutely. I've talked about how when I was growing up, I always wanted to travel to Europe, and
That's what it
like,
was. Dream vacation. That was the
Oh.
question.
dream vacation.
Where-
So
As many places as you want. Like you're not like your reasonable expectation vacation, but like if I could do this, this is what I would want to do. Like whatever things, like more than anything, I want to do these things in the world.
yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hold that thought again, and I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Okay.
I've chugged so many bottles of water, and then I will answer when I get right back.
Okay.
So I'll be right back. Be right back. And you'll get to stare at my wall again. Okay, hold on. I reached for my stream deck though to put like my be right back screen up. I was like, wait, that's not right. Okay, hold on, I'll be right back.
Minnesota is very white. We have amazing Mexican. All the migrant workers who stay and open a restaurant. That makes sense. Seps, by the way, you have to catch me up later. Seps, how did the TV thing go today? Was it or? Dream vacation, tour the UK. Lady Raptorclaws, do it. The UK was so much fun. So much fun. Went well. Awesome. Best Mexican food was in Mexico. Your mom called you and was crying. Oh no. Best Mexican food I had was in Guadalajara. I don't even, I can't say that I really like rated Mexican food. I kind of rate it by like fast food. Like it's Taco Bueno level or like Taco Bell level or like Taco Mayo level. It's like you got fast food, Mexican food, and then you have like restaurant food. I don't know. We're talking about
Okay,
Mexican
and we're
food.
back. Oh God.
I was talking about like I don't really have a rating for. I have like, is it Taco Bell level or Taco Bueno level or like is it restaurant level Mexican food? I don't have a rating system for like tiers of Mexican food. I don't think. I'm not very good with food though. Like I enjoy food. I like taste of food,
Yeah.
but like I've never been like I'm gonna go like this is the best burger that I've ever had, or like this is the best taco that I've ever had, or this is the best whatever. Like I've never, I don't think I've had that experience of like this is. Although I'm going to tell you, and we won't talk about it. We can talk about it later if you want. Air fried bacon. I got it. All I've talked about is my. I got an Instant Pot recently for Christmas with an air fryer, and I made air fried bacon, and it's the best bacon that I've
Is
ever
it
had.
the Instant Pot with the air fryer?
Yes.
Yeah, I have the same one. I'll have to try that.
See, everybody makes fun of me. It's the best. Air fried bacon. Oh my God. You put the bacon in, you cook it for 12 minutes at 400 degrees.
400. Okay,
12
I'm writing this down.
Yeah, 12 minutes. Or, like I like my bacon very, very crisp and nearly burnt.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
12 minutes is usually good.
Okay.
And there's video, like if you look up how to cook bacon in an air fryer, like there's videos of like, I will say I try to put a big chunk of it in, it didn't work as well. Like you do have to like peel it and like layer
Yeah.
it. Like I tried
Yeah.
to, I was like, I'm just gonna dump all this in there and see what happens. It worked. It just took a lot longer because I kept
Yeah.
having to flip it around and move it. So if you actually peel it and like lay it in strips and like make a row and then make another row crossways and then cross over that way and like, but yeah, it
That's
makes
real fancy.
amazing,
I'll have
crispy,
to give.
delicious bacon.
I'll have to give it a shot.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, they're already gonna make fun of me for
Hungry.
that because all I've talked about is making freaking bacon in there.
It's all right.
The what did I ask you? Oh yeah, dream vacation,
Oh yeah.
dream things, travel places, destinations. What is your thing? A lattice.
So
That's right, Shalako. A bacon lattice. You have to
okay, there you
lattice
go.
it. Well done.
Um. So if you'd have asked me this when I was younger, like I said, I would have specifically chosen just Europe.
Right.
I had no real desire to go to Asia. I had wanted to go to Africa, but like that was it. I just wanted to visit everywhere in Europe. But now that I'm older, I've not the only okay. So I've traveled to like the Caribbean islands on like
Hmm. Pirate
cruises when I was
ships?
younger.
Oh, cruises, not
I
pirate ships.
wish.
Okay.
Um, I've been to Mexico, but Japan is like truthfully the only like international place that I've been
Mm,
outside of the North American continent,
right.
Central America-ish area, and it was the best experience that I've ever had. I lived in Okinawa for a few months. I got to go to the mainland for a week or so, and it was just amazing. Like there was something really freeing about being in a country where you don't know the language.
Yeah.
And in retrospect, I wish I'd taken the time to learn more of the language. Like I got to know the niceties and that kind of thing. But I wish I'd, learned maybe more conversational, but I wasn't really there long enough to do that. But it was the best time. And so now if I could go on vacation, you throw a dart anywhere on the world and I'd go.
Yeah.
Like Thailand. I want to go to Bora Bora. I want to go to Indonesia, um, Italy. All the typical European stops. I would love to go to South, really anywhere. My dad got sent out to Afghanistan, and I was like, "Can I come? Like,
Mm.
can I come say hi?" Obviously, I couldn't.
Was this, you said he was
Um,
military?
that's my stepdad. My dad just
Oh,
did.
okay.
He did. I don't computer stuff, so he was sent
Mm.
out there to work on something.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was not in the military, but I've just always, now I've always wanted to travel, but now I want to just go everywhere, if that makes
Are
sense.
there,
So,
I mean, that's fair. Like, are there things that you want to see? Like, are there structures? Is there artwork? Are there things, man-made structures, natural structures? Is there anything in the world that you're like, I want to do this before I die situation, or is it just like I just want to see
um,
all of it?
I just want to see it. Like I always wanted to go to Egypt. I love Egyptology and the pyramids and the history there. I do love that.
That would be
Um,
unbelievable. Like
yeah, my
I couldn't I don't because they talk like it's you can't imagine and like unless you see the Great Pyramid, like you have no idea
yeah.
how unbelievable it is.
Yeah, my grandparents went a few years ago. They went right before things started to get really bad in Egypt. And I remember I was like, my grandparents have traveled the world.
Mm.
Like they've been everywhere. And uh yes, they got to go to Egypt and they just tell me the stories. I'm like, you have to stop. I'm really jealous. So I've wanted to see that. I think more or less like I just want to be there. I want to experience the culture and eat the food.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like seeing, the Eiffel Tower or the Leaning Tower of Pisa or, typical hot spots like that. But
Right.
I don't know. I think just being there in general would just be incredible. And that's about, yeah. So like if I went to France and I didn't see the Eiffel Tower, I was like in Nice or somewhere, that would be okay with me. Like,
Yeah.
you know, just to experience it. Mostly the food.
Yeah.
Like I just want to eat my way through the world and drink my way through the world.
Food is better and different in other parts of the world for sure.
Yeah,
The like everything in the UK was less chemical,
yeah.
um, and cheese. Cheese in Europe is amazing. Like it's and it never made sense to me. Like if you know any Canadians, they will talk about KD, talk about craft dinner.
Oh yeah,
If you've
yeah,
ever
yeah,
heard
yeah,
this,
yeah.
and
Yeah.
the first time I heard that, I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about craft dinner? What is even
Yep.
craft dinner?" And they're like, it's like the box with the shells and the thing, the powder, and I'm like, "You mean macaroni and cheese?" And they're like,
Macaroni. Yep.
Just craft dinner." Because apparently in the other parts of the world, you can't call shit cheese if it's not cheese. Kind of like macaroni and
That's so
cheese
unsettling.
isn't actually cheese.
Yeah.
So it's not, they can't call it mac and cheese. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, the cheese thing is a really big deal. Like and that we in Amsterdam ate a lot of bread and a lot of cheese. And it was
Oh
really
my
good.
God. Just hit me in the head with bread.
We had my friend would call it we would get stuff. He would call it walking bread. Like we would get bread and
Oh,
he'd put it in his coat, and
oh
like
hell yeah.
you'd see him be like,
In Kyoto, there were little donut shops, like I don't know, every 100 yards. Like there were donut stands for these soy donuts. I have to get one at every stand. Like
yeah,
oh, I just had one. Oh no, maybe this next one will be better or
maybe it's
different.
different. I better try it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, they were all the same. But oh my gosh, they were so good. And I had this cherry blossom matcha ice cream while I was there. That was made me cry a little bit. It was so good. You want to get me to cry talking about food
Right.
because I had the best sushi in the Tokyo Fish Market.
Oh, I can't imagine. Like I don't. I know you can hate me for this. I don't love seafood. Like I've
Oh,
never actually had sushi.
okay.
That's your moment. You could be like, "What is
Well,
wrong with you?"
no, I'm not a big seafood person either, but I don't mind sushi. But I do prefer tuna.
Right.
The fatty tuna is like it melts in your mouth. It's basically butter. Like I reckon that even Shalaka would like the fatty tuna from uh, that in that fish market, and it's not cheap. Like it's not um, cheap in that market, obviously, but it was very, very well worth it.
Because and it
That's
seems
true,
like
forkfully.
it seems like because I hate canned tuna. Um,
Oh yeah,
I'm assuming like real tuna is worlds different than canned
yep.
tuna for 98
It
cents.
it was just like the freshest, like buttery, like magic. I can't like yeah. It's not. Don't think of can't cook tuna. Like
Right.
it's yeah. And then the ramen. Uh, we had the best ramen down the street from the place where we lived, right? Like, and so when we went to mainland, we're like, we had ramen every day, once or
Yeah.
twice a day, just to see if we could beat this place, and we couldn't. So it was the best place I've ever had ramen, and the fried rice. Like, there was another place that was like, you gotta think of a cast iron pan. They gave you a cast iron pan just filled with rice and fried rice. Like at the bottom was the egg, like,
Mm.
and you'd have to like mix it yourself. But oh my god! And then I did have really good Mexican in Japan
In
and a really
Japan.
good burger. I saw someone talking about like all the best foods they had were basically Japan. I can't really complain about any food there. Yeah, there was not even the McDonald's was really good.
Yeah. So
Starbucks.
two things. The first one is, have you ever had Stroop waffles? Are you familiar with Stroop waffles? The little
The
waffle cookie things.
Yeah, I actually weird story about those. When I was in New York visiting a friend, somebody gave us a packet of those. They were like from the marketing team when the company had first opened.
Yeah.
So that's the first and last time I'd had them, but they were good.
Yeah, I had those freshly made because they're made in
Oh,
Amsterdam. I was gonna say like some people are like, yeah, those are so good. Then I get to be like, guess what I ate?
that
Covered
sounds so
in
good.
syrup, and there. Anyway, that was just rub
Oh
it
my
in.
God. I
The
no, I
the
love
Japan thing
food.
though, like it does make me curious because it's funny that that was like literally a conversation a week ago that my friends that we went to Amsterdam that we're talking about like where should we go because we talked about going to like Iceland, like Reykjavik or something,
Hmm.
or Japan, or Africa, or somewhere, whatever. And but Japan was on the list, and I'm like, what do we do if we don't speak English? So I was curious, like, did you have a hard time not? I mean,
No.
not speaking Japanese?
No, even in the train station, I think in Tokyo, which, oh my God, navigating the train station without speaking English or without speaking Japanese is a whole other thing. But fortunately, phones now are
Right.
really up on that too. But we had to get help getting the tickets. But yeah, we just you know gesturing
Right.
is international, and so these guys helped us get a ticket, and they're very big block, but yeah, like Antior said, everyone's really willing to help. In
Yeah.
most of the restaurants they speak um a little English,
Right. Like they
or
probably understand enough to be like, eh?
yeah,
Or
and um most of the restaurants too had pictures, so you could just point,
yeah.
which was even better. The funniest part though was we had found this bar in Tokyo that was like way off the beaten path, the only white people in there.
Right.
And we're sitting there having a drink, and this chick at the table behind us turns around, perfect English. She's like, "How the hell did you guys find this bar?" We're like, that's a really good question. Like, just, stumbled in walking and found it. But yeah, they're really the English barrier was not a problem, and it's yeah, pretty much cave. It was so just overall an incredible experience. The people, the food, it's beautiful, it's old, the
Yeah.
architecture is really cool. You'd really like Akihabara. It's their gaming district, so it's super
Mm.
nerdy. You can go to Super Potato, which is like a really old vintage gaming store. Um, and there's like markets on markets on markets of gaming markets there too. And Kyoto, but if you go, you
Right.
have to go during cherry blossom season.
Okay. Which I think
That's when I
it's
got.
like March, April.
It's April, May.
Okay.
We went the first week of April. First week in week. It was like the 4th through the 8th or something like that. And they were in full bloom. I think late March is probably the best time. Late March, April. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's the only acceptable time to go because it's just beautiful. Like we went to Osaka, we were there for a day, and the Osaka castle is beautiful, but the coloring of it matched with like the pink of the cherry blossoms was just like a whole other experience. And think of like the old Japanese woods in the
Mm.
streets just lined with these beautiful cherry blossoms. That's book that for 2022 and go
That's what we're looking
and
at because
eat.
it's like I don't think we're gonna get to leave the country in 2021
No,
at all.
no. Which
Maybe
it
not
just
even
gives you
next year.
perfect time to get there to go in time for cherry blossom season next year.
Yeah. Because like
Because
we,
it
it's we got back a year ago, like almost to the day a year ago, is when we went to Amsterdam, and so like
yeah,
we got back right before everything started happening.
yeah,
And if like it's, I mean, it's literally if we were 2 weeks late, like we probably would have been detained,
yeah. It
and like
feels
they
like a
wouldn't let us
whole
home.
a whole lifetime ago. I had friends who were in town now this time last year who same like they probably would have had to like they went home I think on the first. So it's like it's crazy. It's just
Yeah,
crazy.
it's weird that it's been a year.
Yeah.
That was, oh, that was, yeah, that was another good question. We probably could have asked you earlier. Did any of that did any of that affect you? Like with any of the like the quarantining and like all the changes in life, and like did any of that affect you in any major way, or was like for you was it just kind of like life was normal other
It
than
was
not
pretty
being able to
much
leave the house?
Yeah, no, it was pretty much the same because I mean, I've been doing this online for, I've been doing the Twitch thing prior to it starting, so that really didn't change. My biggest gripe was when the stores limited how many people could go in, and
Mm,
I had to wait in line to go grocery shopping. Um, that just drove me nuts. I didn't leave the house much anyway, so yeah, not much really changed, and it's kind of a different world up here too. Like it's small,
yeah.
so um, I mean, yeah, I can't really say a whole lot changed. Definitely though, I got sick. Um, what month are we in? February. I got sick earlier this month, and I took the proper precautions. I
Mm,
quarantined. I got tested, which I wouldn't have done a year ago. Like if I was sick, right? Like I
right.
would have just sucked it up and like went on with my life. So I feel like I did the right thing in terms of that. I was yeah, but I mean I don't know. I just yeah I don't like I said I don't really go out anyway.
Yeah.
And my biggest complaint was just the long lines, waiting 20 minutes in the cold to get in the grocery store.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, it's yeah, it's definitely been like I still try not to go out in public any like
Yeah.
just because I don't. I mean, Oklahoma is terrible. Oklahoma is about as bad as Florida, like with
Really?
people like not giving a shit about anything. So
Oh,
I tend to not want to be around because I
yeah.
mean, I don't know. Like I just don't. I'm not. It's. I said this from the beginning though too that I mean, vaccine aside, because that's been more of a recent thing, but like even back early on, it was like everybody's going to have to get this for
Yeah.
it to go away. Like we're all going to have to get it. So
Yeah.
like your time is coming. And
Yeah.
so I'm like it was like I don't necessarily want to get it, but I don't want to avoid it 100%. I'm like maybe I'll lick my fingers after I've touched something, like
Ew. Yeah.
maybe I won't wash my hands this day after going to the store or something.
Yeah.
And but like but generally like I try to be pretty cautious and safe about all that stuff. But yeah, it's I just don't really like because people are gross anyway. Like
Oh, yeah.
it's one of those things I think now that you start it's kind of brought things to the public. Like I know Steam Job has been very anti everything like for the past year, but like it just makes you think more of like because people you don't know what they're doing like before they go into the store, or you don't know what they're doing. When you go and you pick up your box of frosted flakes, you're like, who else has touched this?
Yeah.
Like,
No, the thing that gets me the most is like, okay, I've always thought people, like, I have the same mentality. People are always gross. Like, before COVID and after COVID, they're still gonna be disgusting.
right?
And another gripe that I have, but it's not about like having to stay at home or that kind of thing. Um, why are we just now cleaning common used areas? Why wasn't wiping down carts a common practice before? Why wasn't like thoroughly cleaning shit a normal thing?
Yeah, like
And
wiping
now,
down
like
keypads
wiping
or
down the card swipe. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the hell, man? And so I've always like as soon as like anytime prior to COVID, when I get in the car, I hand sanitize,
yeah,
just because people are disgusting.
yeah, it's true. Like, and
And
I'm not super germaphobe. Like, I'm just mindful. I think like
yeah, no,
I try to
yeah,
be mindful
same
of
here.
stuff, and
Uh huh.
to the point of like like you don't think of things like if you're in public, if you're in a bar, like you've obviously like touched your nose, or like you've wiped your nose, or you've done something just nonchalant and not even thinking about it, and you've touched
Yep.
something like just
Yep.
as a person. But then you
Yep.
have people that are really gross that don't care about like their own hygiene or anything,
Yep.
and those people have done the same thing, that it's like
Yep.
how many germs do they care? Like, sorry to people that are gross, but like don't be gross. But
Yeah, no, exactly.
and
It's just
it's been going on, but since before this. But it like sometimes some of it kind of brought to light. It's like, you know, how anti everything some people have been.
dude, we ran out of toilet paper and soap.
Right.
How gross are people? Come
Right.
on. Like,
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing
ew.
too. Like that was what everybody ran out to get was like don't you like normally just have those
Don't you
things?
have why didn't you have this before? You filthy like yeah,
Right.
so I mean, I agree with you that like it's one of those things that everybody's going to get it at some point.
Yeah.
And it's not a fact that a lot of people want to face head on.
Yeah.
You know, obviously now, like you said, with the vaccine, that's a whole other thing. Somebody who didn't have it might, or like, you know, might now have the opportunity to never get it. But like, you know, it's just, I know that I'm young. I know that whatever, like, you know, everyone's different. Like that I've, you know, I would have a proper chance of survival. Honestly, when I was sick a couple weeks ago, I got tested at the end of it
Mm.
because if I would tested positive mid-week, I didn't want to test again. Like I just
Right.
waited until I felt better purposely so I could test one time, which
Right.
my mom was like, "That was stupid." And I'm like, "Do you want to shove a swab up your nose twice?" I didn't think so.
That was
Um,
not fun. I had that test
no.
cuz like I got really sick and I had no idea what was wrong with me. It was like I was sick but not sick. It was really really weird sick that I had this like whole throat thing going on and like
Mhm,
nothing else. But it was just like I was just sick, just
mhm.
mildly sick, and it was like 2 weeks. And like, should I get? And everybody's like, yeah, you should probably like you should at least know. So I'm like, all right, fine. And so you know they're like, yeah, lean your head back, and they shove this thing in, and you're just like,
Oh, see, mine was self-administered.
oh yeah, no, I
So,
had a nurse do it, and it was
yeah. That sucks.
so then if you could do that yourself, then you could do like the. Are you familiar with like the human blockhead trick? Like when you shove a nail into your nose, like have
No
you seen
thanks.
this?
No.
Because you shove that like you shove the Q-tip back into your sinus cavity in the back of your
Yeah.
nose. That's what people do. Like it's a human. That's a sideshow thing. It's a human blockhead. It's they like shove a nail. They're like, I want a nail and hammer a nail into my head, and they put it boop, 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 hammer a nail all the way back into their sinuses,
Okay.
and pull it out. You know, or like the kids were doing this apparently like I don't know. It was like popular 10 years ago or something. It's like a Tide Pod thing, but it was they call
Oh
it
my
brain
god.
flossing, and they would snort
Oh,
a condom.
ooh, is that like with the mouth? Oh yeah, no, no, no.
Yeah, because that's the
Ew.
same thing. It's like that's going back into your sinuses and
Yeah.
out.
Oh, people are terrifying. Yeah. Who was it? Anti that said, "What if we're the smartest advanced creatures out there?"
Right.
That's
Yeah.
terrifying.
That were eating
People are
Tide
putting.
Pods and shoving con. But like that was, I mean, that again, that was a trick. Like that's an old sideshow trick of
Yeah.
shoving things
Yeah.
into your sinus cavity, and it was it's funny because the guy he was a one of the special guests on X Files once too. It's Jim Rose. If you ever look up Jim Rose, he was like one
Uh
of the
huh.
last people to do sideshows, and he was a blockhead. He would do those tricks, and he explained it. You know, he's like, this is a real nail, and he would like throw it on the ground and pick it up. You know, and he was, you know, he was like, you can learn how to do this. It's like I'm not telling you to do this, but
Yeah.
if you were to do it, don't use a nail. You know, start with like a Q-tip or something. You know, and he's like, it
Ugh,
just
yeah.
it goes back, and it's like the biggest thing you have to fight is your gag reflex and your sneeze reflex, because as soon as you get
Sneeze. Yeah.
in, you're gonna be like,
Yep.
and you know, it's like, and once you get past that, then it's nothing. Like you could just like shove a screwdriver in your nose or nails or whatever else. And it's like it's not sanitary, obviously, but
Yeah.
your
For
body
sure.
knows how to get rid of germs. Like that's what it's there for.
That's exactly what it's
But
there
yeah,
for.
but he did
Yeah.
the brain flossing. That's what they would call it. And be
So
like,
gross.
and you'd be like, huh? Like,
Yeah.
gross. Why would you do that? But yeah, so the kids doing that, like that was not a new thing. Like they thought they
Yeah.
found something cool, and like they've been doing that for a long
But
time.
doing a condom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because they're lubricated, like it slides.
I mean that. Yeah.
Like I mean, it's
That's a good point. Yeah.
yeah. People watch Dr. Pimple Popper. They'll watch anything. It's a weird fetish thing.
It's disgusting.
I'm not
My
gonna kink
stepdad
shame.
watches it.
Not gonna kink shame, but
Oh, I mean, yeah, you do you. I find it
yeah,
gross.
yeah, have fun with that. It's fine.
Yeah. But like actual like I'd be interested in more medical stories than like the pimple pop.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. It's a. I mean, yeah. Again, it's like people love what they love, and I'm not gonna knock that.
Yeah.
What else are we missing? So we've talked about what? Oh, what a. Do you have what was it? Like your pet peeves. What is like? Because we talked about you being a lady on the internet. So either in conjunction with or separate from, what are your biggest pet peeves? Is a mild word. Like, what do you hate the most? Like for people to say to you, or like your tips for like, don't be this person. Like, is there a thing that people do or a thing that people say to you that like either something repetitive or like, you know what I mean? Like, is there a thing that you are sick of people doing or saying or asking, or like this is your chance to vent and be like, don't be this person? Or do you have any of
I
those?
I honestly can't say that I really do. Yeah. Asking stuff about Ark. People still ask me if I'm gonna play Ark, and I'm like,
Right.
get out of here with that. Shut up.
Yeah, like that's
Um,
like things like that. Like to say,
yeah.
hey, are you gonna do a thing that you did years ago? And you're like, are you?
Yeah, right. Um, not really. I some people like to call me like pet names, um, like beautiful or princess. And oh my God, there's this one guy I had who followed me for a long time, and he replied to a tweet of mine or something, and he called me princess, and I replied, hey, my name's Alexis, and that's what you can use. He
Right.
immediately unfollowed me and everything, which I thought was so damn funny because this guy, like, his personality was military,
Mm.
right? Like that's all it was, is like he was in the military. And um he I was talking about, I have fake UGG boots from Costco because they're like the same thing, but they're
Right.
$150 cheaper. And he was like, oh, if you were my girl, I'd buy you real UGG boots. And then I was like, then do it. Send me a gift card. You gonna buy them for me? Like, get over yourself. Like, stop that. Like, we're not here to date you.
Right.
Like, I'm here to just. There's this chick. What's her name? Amber Paladin. She's like, I'm a gal pal on the internet. Like, that's what. Like, do you call random chicks like pet names? Maybe
Right.
deer. Like, deer is fine. Like, like there are some that are just like you kind of just use in general, but
Right.
don't come calling me sweetie, or like, especially don't call me princess.
Is that like a real world condescending thing for you as well? I have
Um.
what my BFF,
Uh huh.
my F female BFF
Uh huh.
hates it. And so obviously I do it all the time.
Oh yeah, of
Is
course.
call her
I know.
princess.
I just realized saying that my people are gonna do that all the time. But it's different when you don't know them. Like what
Yeah.
Cave just said. Like in person, I've not really. I think I might have had like dearie by like strangers, or like a diner lady call me sweetheart or something.
Right.
But as far as, I don't think I've ever really had a men condescendingly call me princess or anything like that.
Yeah. Cuz
Um,
it's weird though, cuz it is a very it's it seems like a very condescending thing to say, to be like, okay, princess. Like it's never, it never seems like it's used in a nice way. It's like Einstein. It's like you never talk good about Einstein. It's like, way to go, Einstein. Or
yeah.
yeah,
You
maybe
never
tone it
talk
down a
good
bit,
about
princess.
Einstein.
Yeah, like you never
Yeah.
think about that Einstein is considered like, you always talk shit about Einstein. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
way
Poor
to go, Einstein.
Einstein.
Or
Yeah.
fucking Sherlock Holmes. Same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
No shit, Sherlock. Like, why can't you say
Yeah.
something nice about either of those two people? But
Yeah.
yeah,
That's a really good
princess always
point.
comes off as like a very condescending thing to be like, yeah, sure thing, princess.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. That stuff can make. Yeah. Exactly. Lady Raptor Claus. Yeah. There's just some things. It's and a lot of the time, uh, it's perfect strangers who've come into my chat who will say stuff like that.
Right.
rather than like my established crew. I was gonna say group and then crew, and so Gru came out.
Right.
But yeah, that's probably my biggest. Or oh my god, or backseat gaming, which I think is any streamer's
Yeah.
um thing, or like, okay, can you do this or go here or do this or have you gotten to this part, or like spoilers without spoilers.
Right. Right.
And I'm like, just shut up. I'll get there. Stop it.
I think, yeah,
That's
especially like if
nuts.
not asking. I think that's the biggest thing is like if you're playing and somebody's like, yeah, for me, like, because I do have, you know, like there are a lot of people that come in and I will say, like, they can tell because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know where to go.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to do. They'll be like, have you tried going, you know?
Yeah.
But when it's like random people come in and they're like, hey, have you gone to the room with the magic thing that nobody knows about yet? I'm like, well, now you ruined it. Now I know all about it.
Yeah. Or
have you tried
Portals?
That's our
Did
new
you
thing
have a
now.
hard time in Portals?
Portal,
I mean,
I had some tricky times in Portals, and everybody's like, have you tried using Portals? We made it, though.
I'm
we
not
made
gonna
it through.
lie. I blew through Portal 1 and 2. If I tried now, I don't know if I'd have such luck, but for some reason my mind put those together so well. I always get lost in games too. It's okay.
I mean, I think it's certain puzzle games. Like Steam Job is my go-to for puzzle games. Like I was playing Control the other night, and there was like a 5-part puzzle with like 4 different signs somewhere, and I'm like, I'm looking at the stuff, and I'm like, I can't make any sense of what this means, and so I'm like, Steam Job, figure this out, and like 2 seconds later, he's like, turn this one and do this and do that and do that, and I'm like,
Nice.
holy shit, you're a genius. But like, yeah, I tend to have a bit more of like a connective, like, relative to this kind of like brain rather than like the puzzles. Like when I like with Portal, because I would look at it and I'm like, I can't tell what I'm supposed to do. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
How does this connect to this? Like that part I don't work out, but like the like cause and effect stuff for like storyline I tend to work out better than like physical puzzle parts of things.
Yeah.
So Portals was Portals, like the later levels of Portals, like the first, you know, like the first half of it, I'm cocky and I'm like, this is easy, and then I get to a room,
Portal
like
definitely gets. I remember. Well, I don't remember. I just remember my parents' reaction. Apparently, I messed up on a level so bad, I just dropped the F-bomb really loud in the house, and all my siblings were around, and I just hear Alexis from the other room, and I was like, "What?" I didn't recall just screaming very loudly through the house.
Right. That's what I hear now.
Oh, that was
It's
another
like,
game I played on my laptop.
on the Mac. Well, see, and it makes sense because those are probably like the only 4 games that you could play on a Mac.
Yeah, I mean, it did it. I definitely couldn't it did its best.
I mean, yeah, like it's one of those, like I play down like the console thing, and I play down like the Mac. I like to call them Macintosh because it's more fun. Like I like to play those down, but it's like they're great. I mean, for what, because that's the thing. It's like they're not really designed for gaming. Like no one goes out to buy a Mac because they want to play video games. Like that's the thing. Like they are great technology. They're great hardware. Like especially for what they're designed for, they do a great job. Like a lot of my YouTube friends or YouTube friends and like content people and stuff, like Mac is great for that, like for artwork and all kinds of things. And
Media.
Yeah, like
video,
like this little, like the little F, where's my hand? Like this little guy over here, my friend did on an iPad. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like you on an airplane? You drew this on an iPad on an airplane? It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like Jesus Christ, like I can't draw a straight line. And you're doing shit on a fucking Apple iPad, which Apple as the relation was the Apple things, but like all his media stuff, like he does everything on Apple or on Mac, and like they're great for what they're for doing those things. They're just not great for gaming. So that's the part that I'm like,
And what's the Apple editing program? I'm blanking on the name, but it's starting to overtake Premiere Pro as like the industry dominated editing for films.
Huh. Yeah, I forgot.
I can't.
It's not After Effects. It's like
No. Apple movie editing program.
yeah, it's one of those like you're gonna say it and it's gonna be like, oh yeah, that thing.
Not iMovie. It can't be. Final Cut Pro.
Final Cut. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, it's something with like a reel. It's something about a reel, like edit things. Like what was the thing? Yeah, Final Cut.
Yeah, and I've never even when I worked at Apple, I got keys for all that stuff, but I never used it because I had no reason to. And then, when I got into video creation, I used Premiere Pro. And it was a great program. So I can't imagine, not that I wouldn't be willing to learn Final Cut, but I already know Premiere. So that's just, I'm not gonna at that point. And I don't have a Mac anymore. So
yeah.
You know.
So are you we'll probably wrap this up like shortly.
Yeah. I'm fading.
I looked down and realized that I was like, see, that's what we talked about that. That's what happens. It's like you start a conversation and then sometimes.
No, it's been a great time. Thank you for having me on here.
Well, thank you for
all
being
over the
here.
World.
Yeah, like sometimes it kind of, it kind of runs its course, and you kind of just feel, like I don't really know that we have anything to talk about. But
yeah.
like, yeah, if it gets to where it starts feeling like it's a forced conversation, is usually when I'm like, maybe we should go.
Yeah.
But no, like, are you a computer nerd? Like, do you build PCs? Like, are you a tech head? Like, or are you like?
I built my current PC, but that's about it.
Oh, okay.
And I had help. So yeah, I could be, but I'm not.
Right.
It's just not something I put my energy into.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. But I don't know. It doesn't really tickle my fancy.
But but you do know, but you're like, but you know how to edit stuff, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I see I'm terrible with most software, but I'm okay with building. But
and I could pull apart. I would rather take things apart than put it back together than build it initially on its own.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Oh, and somebody said, and now we got to ask Antior's question before I forget to your favorite pizza topping.
Honestly, I'm a basic bitch pepperoni girl. There's nothing good pepperoni. Oh, hell yeah. But there's like, I love like a all meats pizza with like ham and sausage and
what about
more
pepperoni?
cheese.
Or not I'm sorry, pineapple.
I don't hate pineapple. A good what's the pizza typically called that's pineapple? A Hawaiian?
Yeah, the Hawaiian.
Ham and pineapple. That
Canadian
sweet,
bacon
salty combo. Yeah, Canadian
AKA
bacon.
ham.
That sweet,
yeah.
The sweet salty combo. You can't hate that. I don't understand.
Yeah, because I love pineapple, and why not put it on pizza? Like I feel like it's fine. That's a very heated topic. Cave is Canadian. He said it's ham. Canadian bacon is ham.
It's ham.
Secret's out, Canada. We're on to you. You and your craft
just
dinners.
Give me a pepperoni pizza, and I'm pretty happy with that. Although Papa John's has this pizza called the Papa Special.
That sounds
Paparito.
filthy.
Oh, it is. It so is, but it's honestly, I know it's a chain restaurant, but it's the best damn pizza. It's Papa Special. I don't know. It's got like many cheeses and meats, and that's oh my god, I want one now.
It's one of those
I want
like
pizza right now.
Come down and have Papa Special.
Yes.
That's why it sounds.
Yeah.
Like no, I don't want to have that. I don't want any of that in my mouth.
But you do. But you so do.
Papa's got his pizza just for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do commercials. Papa's got pizza for you.
Yeah, do it.
Just like that.
For sure.
And look creepy.
Well, Papa John's is a creeper, so
that's true. He is
kind
of a creeper.
Yeah.
somebody mentioned, speaking of the tech stuff, somebody mentioned
Uh-huh.
we were talking about sound, and somebody was poking fun at you that you have sound issues because you also have camera issues like I do. But somebody
Yeah.
said something about you had sound. Do you have sound issues?
I don't think so. Sometimes
Okay.
my mic will be muted or I'll have it unplugged from my Focusrite. But for the most part, I think my sound's typically, unless they whack my mic.
Oh, okay.
But everyone hits their mic from time to time.
Yeah. No, because I'd
Yeah.
said we were talking about sound stuff, and I said I had a mixer, and it seemed like they were hinting that you should do
Oh,
this.
yes. Yes. Tubby. That was probably Tubby. He
Oh,
always
okay.
says I should get a mixer, which I just outright refuse to do. Just to spite Tubby.
It's
Just to spite
yeah.
him.
If you, I mean, obviously, I'm sure there are plenty of people that can help you, but yeah, it actually, I well, I will say that because I actually use two PCs, so I'm not
Okay.
entirely sure. I could figure out how it would work with. Actually, do you use one? Do you use one PC or two PCs?
One. I use
You
one.
use one. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say I'm not entirely sure. Like it would be doable with one. Like because basically I pipe all of my sound into it, and then it pushes everything to the other PC. And so
Sure.
it makes it really nice to have volume controls for. So like I have my mic volume, which never changes, and then I have
Yeah. All that stuff's
yeah.
the nice part, I'm sure.
So
Yeah.
like having a slider for like game volume and for like I have a slider for music in Discord. Like my Discord stuff plays on the same that thing that I have my music on. So like I have a slider for
Yeah.
both of those, and then I have a slider for games. And so that part is really nice because and then I can mute instead of having to like push a button on like a stream deck or like
Yeah.
figure out a thing that I can just be like and like mute myself. So or
I was
if
like,
you're
wait,
like
what?
yeah, or if you have to sneeze or something, you're like and you just
Oh,
push the
yeah.
button really quick. Um, but yeah, no, it's actually like it was it's overkill. Like it really is overkill. But it definitely it's like Stream Deck. Like if you it's a thing that you're like I don't really need that, and then you get it and you're like this is really helpful.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. And, yeah, at this point, I probably will never get a mixer. A couple
Yeah.
years ago, is when I probably should have gotten one. There's also a digital one that my
Hmm.
friend has tried to help me set up several times. And
The
I've literally rage quit
is it like
setting it up.
the virtual mixer thing, like the
Yeah.
banana something?
Banana. Yeah, I was about to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
banana. Yeah. But I just got way too mad to even try. And
Yeah.
bless him. He did try really hard
That one
to
is
help.
weird. Honestly, like I've tried that in the past, like a long time ago. For I used to do I used to do streams about vaping way before I did stuff on Twitch, and so it was always one of those like figuring out a way to separate channels, like have audio or have music here and have this here and have voice and like. So they're like, yeah, you can do this banana thing, whatever. And I tried it, and it ruined my life. Like it was awful. So I hated it as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's one of like if you decide if nobody else wants to help you, or you decide you want my help because I'm great at it, then
I
the
will. I will. I will.
yeah
Thank you.
the
I
two PC
appreciate that.
thing I can help you with the two PC thing and the mixer thing. Like it's all the honestly I will say like I don't need because not being a partnered streamer, like I have shitty like your quality capped
Yeah.
like so there's no reason for me to have two PCs. But
Yeah. Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
kind of
But
it was a thing I got to a boredom stage from like I want to build another thing. I want to do something different. And so and it's actually it is pretty nice because like if my PC locks up, like if my game freezes and my whole PC crashes, my stream is running from the other PC.
oh yeah,
So
that's
that way
always
like
good.
I still have and my audio is running through that so I can still have my audio and still be like, "Hey, something fucked up, so you're going to have to wait." And so
Yeah.
it is kind of nice that you don't like if your PC crashes, you don't just lose everything. It's like only the gaming half of it and you can still be like, "Hey, I'm having technical problems."
Yeah.
But
That doesn't. Yeah, I've had game crashes lots and or blue screening. Yeah,
Right.
so that is a nice. It's something I never thought about.
Yeah. So that's one thing that is very handy to have. Aside from the music thing, like, and it is like it is really. I have a USB sound card, like a little. You can buy them for like $10. It's like a little USB thing with like stereo out, and so like your PC recognizes it as like a second sound source. So like I just set my music to that. I don't know if you play music stuff, but like you can set that to a different channel, and then you have a volume just for that. And so like it makes
Yeah,
it
that's
makes
smart.
life very easy instead of trying to control
Yeah,
everything on the PC. But
yeah.
I
It
don't work
makes
for
sense,
any
actually.
company that makes mixers. I'm not trying to sell you.
Oh no,
You
you're fine.
should buy
I
one though. No, I'm just kidding.
no, no. Well, I'm actually gonna be transitioning back to gaming mostly videos anymore, so I won't affect my streams as
Right.
much as what I'm trying to get to. So, but it's something I should have gotten a while ago. But at this point,
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna get it.
All right. I think this is the point. Does anybody have any questions? Is there anything anybody needs to know, wants to know? Also, I could ask about where your name came from. That's usually a thing too. Is your origin of your name, your gamer name. But I feel like that
Yeah,
might be like maybe it might be your name. I don't know.
yeah. It's my name, and our it. Everyone loves a good alliteration,
It's true.
and I was trying to like. I wish I honestly, and I didn't come up with it. It was my friend's idea, and I hated them for it because it was so good.
It does.
And
It
they're like,
rolls off the tongue.
yeah. And I was like, because Alexis gaming is boring. Alexis Let's Play. I was like, and I was trying to like make my mom gave it to me. She did. I was trying to like come up with a play on Alexis, like
Yeah.
somehow, and I don't even Alex Play. I don't know,
Right.
something dumb like that. And my friend was just like, "How about Alexis Arcade?" And I was like, "No, that'll never work."
And you're like, I hate you. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I was so mad. I never actually told that story because I've never wanted anyone to know that it wasn't my idea, but now I told it.
See,
Um,
I draw things out. I
yeah,
it's my
yep.
secret
It's
superpower.
good. It's good. Oh yeah, they always joke that I should do an ASMR channel called Alexis ASM Arcade, which
That's amazing
is
too.
another brilliant name. But
Yeah,
ASMR creeps me out.
but think of money. Do you like money?
I know. That's a whole other thing about that. Yeah, I totally get it.
That's why we talked
Yeah.
about, we mentioned that about, about the girl stuff earlier, that like
Uh-huh.
if people have a thing, like use a thing, like
Oh yeah,
because
I
I
could
I
play
say
into
that I'm
that.
like, if I could do that, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would go get
I
fake boobs right now if it would help, but I don't know that it
Yeah.
would. It might.
Um
I don't know.
it
It may be
might.
a big thing, but we have,
I I actually when they said Alexis Arcade, I was like, what if I do it as Arcade? Like
mm,
ARK because that's the first game. But then I'm always stuck with Arc as my like legacy anyway.
right.
But if it was Arcade, it would have been way worse. So
That's true.
glad
Yeah,
I
like
didn't do
it's
that.
tough that yeah, because I kind of, I wouldn't say I really pigeonholed my, because I love horror stuff, so like I kind of still theme toward horror, and
Yeah.
but it's funny because there are people that, well, because like we didn't really know each other, and so you could have thought Titsanu.
Sorry. That's really good.
That is pretty good. That because like there are people that'll be like, I figured you'd be like all weird and dark and creepy and whatever, and
Yeah.
with all the zombie stuff and this and that. I'm like, I mean, yeah, it's like that's my thing, but like I there is that, like you're saying, like with you don't want to pigeonhole yourself too much. Like if you
Yeah.
had arcade with arc in it, then everybody would
It
be
would,
like, when are
yeah.
you gonna play arc again? And be like,
But
when are you gonna shut the fuck up about arc?
yeah. And I get that still now. So Arcade is just obviously Arcade. It's a great, you know.
Have you
Oh,
ever been to
uh,
an arcade?
Yeah.
Are you too young to have been to an arcade?
No, I've been to many arcades.
Okay. All right. Just checking.
Yeah. I love a good arcade. There's if you go to Tokyo and you go to Akihabara, there's a giant arcade there too.
Oh my God. Now I want
Which
to
is
go.
very interesting to see all the Japanese men after work in their suits with their jackets off and their sleeves rolled up, smoking while they're playing. Actually, kind of a sad thing though is that there's a lot of dating simulator games,
Right.
and like that was the busiest section of the arcade.
That's that's a whole interesting side of Asian culture. I don't know if it's specifically Japanese culture, but there seems to be a lot of like interpersonal relationship type of games that they make
Yeah.
or have, and that's always
Yeah.
been really like I it's not weird. It's just like I don't
No.
fully understand some of
It's
that.
just an interesting like study case,
Mhm.
because also like birth rates in Japan are going down because of lack of like
Or human interaction because
yeah,
people are banging robots.
yeah. So
That sounds perfect.
oops. Yeah, but good for you. You do you,
Yeah. I mean, if you want to bang a robot, it's fine. It's fine.
dude. If Connor from Detroit Become Human were real, who knows? Possibilities are endless.
You said Connor, and like my brain went to like John Connor from like Terminator.
Oh, I've not seen Terminator. Oops.
I'll have to make you a list of movies.
I have
just
a
kidding.
list, but actually most of my games are modern. Most of my movies are more modern.
Is anybody? Do you have no questions? Anybody? What is your favorite love story? My favorite. I love to because I love to say this, and everybody be like, "That's terrible." My favorite my love story movie is the movie Closer. As Jude Law and what's her face? The girl from Pretty Woman.
Oh, Julia Roberts.
Yeah, that one.
What
Natalie
an odd
Portman.
combo.
Natalie
Oh.
Portman? That's my. She's my Hollywood. I'm gonna marry her one day, eventually.
She's a good one.
Yeah. And it's like it's the best, most realistic love story ever.
Huh.
I'm not gonna ruin it. Everybody's gonna tell me that I'm a liar, but it's so accurate. It's the best. It's the best thing ever.
I wrote it down.
Okay, now yours is. You don't have one, do you?
Greatest no, because I'm not really like a mushy person. Oh, I'd have to really think on that
All
one.
right, yeah, that's fair. And you said earlier that you don't really watch a lot of the rom-com things, or
Yeah.
So that's a fair answer. Cave, what's
worst
the
movie?
worst movie?
Oops, sorry.
No, you can read. That's
Oh.
fine.
The Room is a great, terrible movie.
The Room.
You've not heard of The Room with Tommy Wiseau?
Oh, that okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. I didn't know the name of it. Like I watched I watched the Hollywood version of the making of
the
thing. I don't think
Escape
I've
Artist
seen.
or not,
right,
or
right,
the-
right. Yeah,
yeah,
the
whatever that was
disaster
called.
artist thing was. I don't think I've seen the
Disaster.
actual film.
I also met Tommy Wiseau. There's another
Really?
LA bomb for you.
What? Do tell.
Oh, they used to do screenings of The Room at random theaters over LA, and you would bring spoons. And if you actually pay attention to the film, there's pictures with spoons in them. Like picture frames with spoons in them. It's really weird. And every time a picture with a spoon came on, you'd throw spoons at the screen. And so if you sat up front, it would be like raining spoons on you. And Tommy showed up at one of the showings.
Wow.
I got to meet him. He was a really nice guy.
He seems
Go figure.
very interesting. Yeah, like he'd be a person I'd want to meet. Just to be like,
Yeah.
what is in your brain? What is
Yeah.
your head all about?
He was something. I'll tell you what. It was really random. But that was such a delightfully good movie. A really bad movie. One was pretty recently where I was like, yikes, this is really bad. But I can't think of it yet.
Okay.
So. If I know, I'll let you guys know.
And you have shitty movie Saturdays. Yeah.
Zombies Don't Die was one
Zombies
that
don't.
we had a movie night in my Discord. The Dead Don't Die. That's what it was called. The Dead Don't Die.
Oh, is that with Star Wars guy?
Yes, and I love him.
Yeah, he's
But
he's a weirdly handsome guy. Like he's one of those.
Very.
He's not a what do they call that? Like a
Conventionally attractive.
Yeah, like conventionally handsome. I think is what they usually say. Like he's not.
Yeah.
He's not conventionally handsome, but yeah, he's one of those. Like at first I was like, this guy's kind of awkward and strange, and then I'm like, but he's really like in good shape, and he's like a big dude, and he's very commanding. And then I'm like, by the end of it, I was like, I love Kylo Ren.
yeah. You don't get it. You don't understand why or how. You're just like, look, I guess this is it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I watched some movie, some love. I fell asleep. I didn't watch all of it. There was some love story like he was in, and he met a girl in a bathroom or something. They got locked in a bathroom together, and I forgot what the movie was called. But like I watched part of it, and like he's still a very charming guy in this movie. But no, I did see The Dead Don't Die, and I ended up by the middle of it, I was on my phone, and then I'm like,
yeah, it was.
I wanted it to be so much better.
I don't even remember it.
Yeah,
like that. I wanted it to be so much better too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was definitely one of those that I had high expectations. Then I'm like, I'm glad I didn't pay for this movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. But yeah, there's something about Adam Driver. You're just like, I don't get it. But okay. Yep.
No one question. Star Wars guy is my favorite actor. Yeah, Star Wars guy. I didn't think of his name. I was like, Kevin.
Adam Driver. Yeah.
Jeff.
Kevin.
Fred. Billy. John Oliver has an obsession with him.
He does. It's pretty funny. I've only seen the recent video, so I assume there was an overall obsession. But like Adam like FaceTimes him, and he's like, "Can you stop like talking sexually about me on your show?" And John's just like, "No, I can't."
Oh, so what was it? Scones is where I go. Are mummies zombies? That's a fair question.
That's a very good question. Mummies wrapped up zombies. If a mummy bites you, you don't turn. So that's a very good point.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
My mommy is not a zombie. Yeah, that's a very perplexing thing. But I think I would have to go with that standard answer though. Like if they bite you, you don't turn into a mummy or a zombie.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought about that right now, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you Team Jacob or Team Edward?
Oh my god, I can't believe you're asking this.
Yeah. Or let me get a little more specific and explicit. Are you Team Necro or Team Bestiality?
Oh my god.
That's what that boils down to.
I can't answer.
Yeah, because it's werewolves or dead
zombies.
vampire.
When I was reading the books, I flip-flopped, right? I read the books and I saw the movie. This is a part of me that I'm ashamed about. I flip-flopped. Like sometimes I was Team Edward, sometimes I was Team Jacob. I think I left the books being Team Jacob, but I left the movies being Team Edward.
Yeah. So which would you rather be? Like so you don't have to answer the sexual question about vampires or werewolves. Which would you rather be? Would you rather be a werewolf or would you rather be a vampire?
A vampire. I always said that I would rather be a vampire, but I would rather be with a werewolf. 'Cause you're cold.
That's true.
So get yourself a warm werewolf and you're good to go.
So you're into hairy guys?
He's not hairy when he's a human. He is waxed.
That's true.
And slicked up.
That's true. He also kind of looks like an alpaca.
He does. He really does.
He had that weird, like, slopey eyebrow thing going on.
Yeah. No, I agree, Lady Raptor, that it was awesome that they were actual wolves.
Not a
Although if
halfway
you see
wolf
the
dude thing.
behind the
Yeah.
scene shots of Kristen petting Taylor's head while he is in wolf mode, it's really funny because he looks really sad. Like she's like, because he's got the tracking. They did wear tracking
Oh,
suits or
yeah.
something. So she's acting with them, like petting his head. He's just like, I can't believe. But they make bank, so like,
Yeah, like, yeah, I'd do that. Absolutely. Put me in a weird
yeah,
suit. I'd do
yeah,
that.
hell yeah.
If you
I
could
can
be
be
a
a
fantasy
fantasy monster.
Sorry. You can
No,
read.
it's okay. I'm sorry.
Some people,
Um,
no, you're actually paying attention. Like, sometimes people don't really, like, they look at it every once in a while, but you're actually keeping up, so.
I try. Ooh, ooh, a dragon's a great answer. Um, my gut though said a kraken.
You have a thing for
'Cause of, like,
krakens?
I have a lot of apparently.
Okay.
Um, dragon's a way better answer though.
Dragons are pretty powerful. Like, I mean, I
Yeah,
think dragons are like king of the jungle.
yeah. You can't top that. Like literally.
Or a liger.
Like Kragans are sick ocean squid dragons. That's true. So let's just say if I woke up a dragon or a kraken, I wouldn't be mad.
Right. Dragon or a wyvern? Mm.
Oh, see, I'm not they're like mostly the same though. Oh, they're lame in comparison? Oh, don't jump on me.
I think, yeah,
Uh,
like, I think wyverns are, I think wyverns have
Thinner.
2 legs and dragons have 4. Is that right?
I remember I was talking about Game of Thrones and someone yelled at me because I was talking about what's her nuts' dragons and they're like, those were wyverns.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
oh.
very specific things. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's, yeah, because dragons have 4 legs and wyverns, their arms are wings. They have foot legs and arm wings, but dragons have 4 legs and like wings, or
Oh
sometimes
yeah.
wings.
Well, this wyvern. Yeah. Yeah.
2
Okay.
leg, 2 wings. Dragons, 4 legs, 2 wings. Yeah, wyverns are more like bats. Yeah. See, I got your nerd stuff.
Yeah.
A
All
lizard
right.
with legs. Wait,
Cool.
lizards? All lizards have legs. What do you mean a lizard with legs? Seps. I'm just kidding.
Snakes on a plane.
Snakes. Snakes on a plane. Dream pet. What's your dream pet?
All of them.
All of them. Okay, that's
A
fair.
raptor. A raptor.
Did you have a fascination with
I
dinosaurs when you were young,
I
or
didn't. It
until
didn't
now?
happen until I started ARC, and then
Okay,
ARC came, and I was like, I didn't know I needed I didn't know I needed raptors.
right. They're, yeah.
I didn't know I
I
needed them
mean,
in my life.
I think it's really cool that a lot of the new stuff that they're finding is they're leaning more into this whole dinosaurs had fur and feathers and shit, like that they weren't just
Yeah.
like scaly weird
Have you
lizard
seen the
things.
picture that somebody made of like because they're birds related to birds.
Right.
Somebody drew like a goose or a flamingo without fur, and it looked like a dinosaur
Huh. No, I don't think I've seen that.
because
I mean, I guess that
they
would make
didn't
sense.
put the feathers on it. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it was really interesting. I'll see if I can find it and I'll send it to you.
You choose Steam Job said you choose Raptor over Compy. I mean,
Yeah. I don't want a little dog. What makes you think I want a little dinosaur?
don't want a pet chicken. Wants to pet punch a raptor.
Oh yeah, I do have a bad habit of punching stuff in game. Yeah.
What? Oh, fantasy creature would you least want to be? I don't even.
A
That's a good
centaur?
question. I don't know what the fuck I'd least want to be, because I feel like all of them would be amazing.
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe a centaur.
A centaur?
Yeah.
You don't want to be a centaur?
No, I was thinking about it.
Oh.
That was the first thing that came to mind, but it wouldn't be too bad.
What
A
if you
gnome?
were reverse mermaid.
Or I wouldn't want to be a reverse mermaid. Yeah, no thanks.
Like this. You can't see. You have human legs and a fish, top. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No. I mean, how else would it work? People have fantasies about mermaids. I don't know what they're gonna do with fish bodies.
Fish bodies. Oh yeah.
What if
That's
about a
true.
reverse centaur? What if you had human legs and a horse body?
BoJack Horseman.
Yeah. What if you're a BoJack
Yeah.
Horseman? I don't want to be.
Yeah.
You can do stuff with the top half. I mean, that's true.
Oh, my.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, Shalako. There's no reason to feel dirty. That's absolutely true. A goblin, no thanks. Anything? Anybody? Does
Oh,
anybody?
goblin. Yes, that's yeah. No thanks.
Goblins would be kind of weird.
A troll.
Yeah, because if you go in trolls go in sunlight and they'll die. Can't go in sunlight if you're a troll.
I didn't know that.
You're not going to survive when the trolls take over unless you know these things.
Oh.
When trolls,
Well, I'm glad I know them now. I'll
yeah,
just
you know what you should
toss
watch.
them into the sun.
It's another movie,
What?
Troll Hunter.
Why do I feel like I have seen that, but I've like purposely blocked it out in my mind?
I don't know. It's amazing. It's subtitled, so you have to. I have to be in a mood to watch a subtitled movie.
Yeah, for sure.
It is subtitled, but it's like a mockumentary about trolls actually existing, like in Sweder, Norder, Witzerland, wherever. Shut.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's like Norwegian or Swedish or like it's like they're different, obviously. They are different places, but I don't remember which place was which. Like I understand that they are all different places and they're not all the same thing. I just don't remember which one that was from. I think it's Norwegian though. Yeah, Steam Job's saying Norwegian. I was gonna think it's Norwegian. I watched it thinking it was going to be terrible, but it's really good. Like as a mockumentary of like, this is the real world and trolls live in it and the Norwegian government doesn't want you to know.
Yeah.
And it's a really fun movie.
Maybe it's a what's the word? I'm sorry. I can't.
It's like a disinformation thing. It's like, see, that's the thing too, is like they're disseminating information to us, like they're presenting it in a fun way to be like, haha, look, it's funny, and in 10 years they're gonna be like the real. Watch out.
No, or it's like a parallel for
right. It's always the parallel for aliens.
It always comes back to aliens. The answer is always aliens, ladies and gentlemen.
It is, yeah. It's obviously aliens. False flag. Yeah, it's a false flag operation. Anybody else have any thing? Do you have any questions for me? If you have questions for me, you can ask these right now. It's the only time you can ever ask questions. No more questions after this. Just kidding.
We might have to do a part 2 because I did have questions for you.
Oh, okay.
And now I'm completely blanking on them.
We can do a part 2 where you can ask me questions. We can absolutely do that.
Sure.
I feel like nobody else has anything else to ask.
It's okay. This is great. We covered everything. Like, really, I don't think there's much else to ask at this point.
Now we know you. We know everything about you.
Yes.
Ty War is trying to redeem emote only chat. I don't have time to change it. Ty War, fix it yourself.
What happened?
I don't know if have you messed with like the channel point stuff in Twitch? Like you have to, you set you set points to redeem things, and you can redeem emote only chat, but it doesn't do it.
That is funny.
Like it doesn't.
Oh.
Like you can redeem it with points. Like a person in your chat could redeem it with an amount of points. But you or a mod has to change it to emote only. Like it doesn't just do it automatically. So I'm like,
a bummer.
if I have no mods here, it's like, am I gonna stop in the middle of my game and go change it? Like, I'm not gonna do that.
No. That's awesome. That's a really good idea. Mine are all the default.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to make people not talk and just start spitting out emotes
I
everywhere.
do
But
like that.
it's but yeah, like it's weird that they make these commands to redeem stuff, and it's like all it is a message. Like Twitch set it up, you redeem points, and it gives a message to say,
Yeah.
here's a thing that you have to do it yourself. Like
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense. Why would
No, that
you
doesn't
do
make
that?
any sense. Yeah.
Because it's like they could control that. I feel like Twitch could put code in if they redeem emote only, and it flips your chat to emote only for X amount of time. But
Yeah, for sure.
Antior is trying to shoot me with a
Lazy.
super. Look at Antior. Why are you shooting me with the gun? That's my Gamer Boy, by the way. Have you saw the little Gamer Boy emote? That's let me tell you the story about that, and then you can go to sleep. So this little Gamer Boy.
I think you've told me, but I don't remember. So go
Yeah, maybe I told you whenever we had that other discussion when you rated or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Gamer Boy. My niece drew that.
Yes.
Whenever I started streaming, because she's like, "You're a real Gamer Boy now," and she drew that for my birthday.
That's so cute.
And so I turned him into an emote. Yeah, I'm trying to get her to draw more, but I could get him as a tattoo. I feel like it might be copyright infringement because it looks like Pac-Man. I don't know. I'm just kidding. It wouldn't really matter.
No.
But yeah, I'm trying to get her to draw more. She'll probably hear me. She's in the room next to me. She'll probably hear me talking about her. She said it's funny. She did say like she'll hear me yelling like we've been playing a lot of Star Wars Battlefront, and she'll hear me yelling like "fuck," and they laugh because like all I'm doing is yelling at the game. Do you have Battlefront 2, by the way? Did you get Star Wars Battlefront 2? It was free on Epic like a few weeks ago.
Oh no, I missed that.
It's so much fun. So much fun.
My chat did say that about, but I did not get it. If it comes free again, I'll get it.
It is a lot of fun. I would say we could play Left 4 Dead sometime. I'm not very good at it. I never.
I mean, there's nothing to be good at. You just can't get eaten by, zombies.
Yeah.
That's the moral of the story.
It was a really fun game. I haven't. Yeah, like I never played it multiplayer either. Like I always look for games to play. Like
wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
They're throwing out my sound commands now. Oh, you probably have my stream muted, so you can't hear them.
Oh no, I can't.
Yeah. I've got 3. I have 3 sound commands now.
Cool. I didn't know you could even do that.
Yeah. You like if you set them up through your stream chat, Streamlabs chat bot. If you have a chat bot, you can set up a command to trigger to play a sound.
Oh.
And the sounds are it's You Monster from Portal, and me playing Doki Doki Literature Club. Saying
I heard that was a good game.
It's a weird game. I don't fully understand it. It's dark, but like subtle dark. Like you're a dude hanging out with 4 girls writing poetry, and then you start reading the poetry, and it's like the blood runs down my lips like a river of rain, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, what?
All right.
What are you talking about? It's like real weird, twisted, dark imagery. And the other one was from TV show. Have you watched Letterkenny? TV show called Letterkenny.
Oh, I've seen some of it. I couldn't really get into it, but I have seen some of it.
Yeah, like one of the early episodes, one of the guys is talking and he says something really stupid, and the other guy, like the other guy is like very stoic, and he says, "I wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud."
Oh yeah. I think it might have been an episode that I saw.
So I made that. That's one of my sound commands too.
That's
Wish you weren't so
funny.
fucking awkward, bud.
That's
so
really
great.
Good. Yeah.
But all right, well, let's wrap this up. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. We have all of your. Everybody should know this by now. There's all your links. There's Twitch. go to Twitch now. There's Twitter, which is a cesspool, but still use it.
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
YouTube.
Here's my butt.
There's
Thank
my
you
butt
so
command.
much.
And there's the that. There's the that. Is there anything else that you do or have, or content-wise, like that you share or that we don't know about?
Nah, that's all. That's
Okay.
good. That's all good. Yeah. Yeah. That was
No,
more than that's great. Thank you.
No, like LiveJournal or like Zanga or Tumblr.
Oh my God, way back in the day. Way back in the day. Zanga? Oh my God, Zanga.
I had a LiveJournal. I didn't have a Zanga. I had a LiveJournal for a long time.
Zanga. And I accidentally locked myself out of it because I made like my HTML, this like special HTML that made all the settings unclickable. And so I just couldn't get ever back in. Yeah. Oh my God. And I'd make it all custom. I'm cringing now. Yep.
Those were the days. We just
They were the days.
talk and pour our tears out on digital pages.
Yep. Oh boy.
Yeah, good times, good times.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic.
Yeah. Thank you again. Sorry,
Yeah.
I like slowly have.
No, that's okay. Some people, you know, like I'm a night owl, and I operate better once. But I do hit that point. Like I've hit that point now where like my brain is kind of like, blah, 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 like words.
Yeah. No, I used to be a night owl, but I get up early now and I go to the gym. So I'm just so much more tired than I used to be. So like if I probably wasn't working out now, I'd be like, yeah, but I'm.
You do productive things with your
shutting
life.
down.
I get it.
Try.
I'm
I try.
I'm feeling like I'm gonna wake up. And have you ever made a giant pancake in your Instant Pot yet?
No,
Have you heard about giant pancakes?
I have.
Okay. I was looking at the recipe. Yeah, everybody that has an Instant Pot, you can make a giant pancake. It takes like 45 minutes to cook, and
Yeah.
it feeds like 5 people. And
Yum.
for me, I feel like it's going to feed 1
Yeah.
because I want to eat the whole thing. My cats are.
Yeah.
Do you want to see my cat before you go?
Sure.
He's at the door. I hear him.
Okay. I think he muted. Did he mute himself? Oh. Oh,
I can't hear you
tubby
right now,
kitty.
so you'll have to tell me. He's just purring,
Oh,
This is
He's a
Watermelon.
big kitty.
and he looks like a
He's
watermelon.
so cute. So cute, happy kitty. Oh my goodness. It's a little chonkster.
That was watermelon.
Oh, it's so cute.
Banana ran away. She walked in and then she fucked off.
Yeah. She's like, bye.
She's the one. She's not. It's on her terms, but
Yeah.
watermelon screams at my
fair.
door because he gets really lonely and mad.
Oh, so cute.
He's ridiculous. He weighs like 19 pounds, I think.
Yeah. That's a big cat.
Yeah, he's not. He wants to be a lap cat. I'm like, I don't have enough lap for you.
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming on, and we'll definitely have to do a
Thank
part 2, and then you can ask me questions.
Yeah,
And
this is great.
yeah, very cool. And get Star Wars whenever it comes out
Yeah.
for free again, and we'll play that maybe if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably have to be reminded.
Yeah.
But it'll happen.
And like October, maybe we play Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, spooky month.
Yeah, we co-op. I know co-op is tricky for boys and girls to
No.
play co-op games together, but
Oh, yeah. It's the worst thing. Ninja. Oh, my God, that dipshit.
right.
Oh, my God. Don't even get me started on that kid.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you so much again, and
Thank you, Flitz.
we'll hang out. We'll be in touch, and we'll
For sure.
communicate now that you know me.
It was nice to meet your people. They were a lovely, wonderful group of folks you got here.
Yeah, your people as well. Everybody kind of intermingled and became great people all together.
Yeah, it was nice. Everyone, have a lovely evening. Have a great weekend.
Look, I got her.
Oh.
Look at her face. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, she's really pretty.
Yeah, that's Banana Split Face.
Yeah, I love her. She's so cute.
She's a brat. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah,
thank you
true.
so much. Yeah. Have a great night. Have a great workout.
too.
I'm going to eat a pancake
Thanks.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
do that. Enjoy your share pictures of pancakes.
I'm gonna. I really want to try it because I really want to. I really want a giant pancake with peanut butter and syrup. Do you put peanut butter and syrup on pancakes?
Just syrup. I'm not a big peanut butter fan.
Okay.
I'll
allow
okay,
it.
we gotta go now.
Yeah, I can't argue with that anymore. All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a great night, and yeah,
Thank
we'll talk
you,
soon.
You too. All right, guys. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Alexis Arcade, ladies and gentlemen. Tubby, you'll argue it for me. For or against? Is that a for pancakes or for peanut butter on pancakes or against peanut butter on pancakes? Because peanut butter on pancakes, amazing. What are we doing now? Thai War? What? What are we gonna do? It's 11:40. I don't know. Thai War. We may have to play some Star Wars off stream. PB pancakes are definitely amazing. Yeah. Never had peanut butter on pancakes, but I like peanut butter in general. Yeah, Raptor Claus. Peanut butter and syrup on pancakes is delicious. It's the best. I can't, or chocolate syrup. If you want to do, you could do chocolate syrup and syrup. What are you doing? You're pulling this whole thing around. Psycho. French toast as well. Yeah, that would make sense too. Yeah, it's so good. But yeah, I hate to wrap it up, but yeah, I want to find food and drinks. I ran out of Monster. And it's that time of night. My cats are kind of like going psycho, and they need me to not be on my computer for like 5 minutes, and then that's my life at night. Monster's not a bedtime drink. Yes, it is. When it's a Friday night, it's a bedtime drink. You drink Monster in the evening so you can stay up late and watch scary movies. Check out Dennis Pana. I haven't. I found it in the Discord, but I haven't. I need to go back and watch it. So speaking of Discord, if any of you guys, by the way, everybody that came over, number one, everybody that came over to come see the chat with Alexis, thank you so much for being here, and you're obviously all welcome. There's Discord if you want to join the Discord, and everybody that came over with Slips Raid, thank you guys as well for being here. Same goes for you. There's the Discord if you'd like to join, or the Dick Sword. You can join the Discord or the Dick Sword, whichever you prefer. Had a monster earlier, yeah. Already in there. Well done. And you got Discord. You've got. Now I'm tired. Now my brain's like. Twitter, Instagram for me if you want to do those things, and the I put. Obviously, this VOD hasn't ended yet, so it's not on the YouTube, but eventually it will make its way to that YouTube channel. That's the YouTube channel where I put these interviews, these conversations, the Braindrain Symposium fireside chats. That's where they will end up being. And what else do we have? Is that it? Social, the things, yeah. I mean that's pretty much it. There is, yeah, and you have that too. There's some masks on there. If you guys are into masks, have a mask. So you can go buy a mask or a t-shirt if you want to do that. Didn't know about the YouTube channel? Yeah. That's there are all the previous Braindrain Symposium conversations that we've had are on the YouTube channel. Since all the VODs will go away eventually on on Twitch, pull those, save them, upload them back to YouTube. So so there's a handful of them on there. So if you guys want to revisit past guests that have been on, and soon enough, then this one will also be on there. So you can go back and relive this great conversation, this great night that we've had together. There's some good ones too, Warpoli. They're definitely, I mean, obviously they're all great, but there's definitely some, there's some very good conversations. It's a very good mix of like culture and subjects, you know, like it's not just all games. Like there's definitely a lot of conversations on there that are nothing to do with games. So there's a lot of very interesting conversations, and hopefully more to come in the future as far as interesting conversations. So it's fun. It's good times. But let's see if we can find somebody to go raid and send everybody over to have a good time. Is anybody doing anything? You know what? Let's go raid. Guess what? They're playing Ark as well. We're going to go raid Cobras. If you guys haven't checked out Rocky at the Cobras, I think you guys will enjoy. If I spell it right. There we go. Got to plug in the laptop. All right, you got time. You got time, Shalako. You can make it back. But yeah, again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for participating in chat. It means a lot. I'm glad you guys, glad and hope everybody had a good time. And again, all the new faces and all the new names, thanks for being here, and thanks for everybody getting along. Like, that's the great thing about people, when you get them all together and they all have fun together. That's what I like to see. It's good stuff. We're going to go raid Cobras, and I'm going to go relax for a bit and maybe have another drink. So I'll be back on Monday, probably. Mondays are a maybe for me. Sometimes Mondays, I don't want to do anything on Mondays. But probably be back on Monday. I need to get back in my normal 5-day streaming. I've been really lazy this week. We'll see. But yeah, again, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. And let's go raid Cobras. Give them some love. And I hope you guys have a great night, great weekend, all the things. It's the end of February, you guys. It's going to be March next week. It's fucking crazy. Have a great night. Love your faces. Ready, set, go.